All right, I'm back. Oh, my connection's all right. That was just weird. It's like somebody got a button. It's like, oh, Killer B is live. Let me just hit the button. Representative. It's crazy. Okay, here. Got everything right here. All right, let's start this thing up again. I'm Killer B, the goddamn West Rider General, the fucked up internet. If you got a witch, I'll burn their asses up. Should kids be allowed to take puberty blockers? Got a typo in the title. Of course I do. And I'm just gonna dispel some myths. And after this intro, I'll be right back. All right? Give me about 3 minutes. Do the intro by my main man, Josh, called Witch Finder. I'll be right back.
During these ceremonies was Satan. Repeatedly that you preach. This man showed no mercy in the pursuit and interrogation of his victims. He was called the Witch Finder General.
Witch Finder, easy, fucking trick rock. Yeah, you did. Agents, trace, seeing what I maybe pins a job, get rocked, mountaintops go fly, riding up slow, costume shop roll, catch info like a stroll, feeling old, so grab the switch. I'm extol my fools cause they snitch. Since they can't do with me, I'm a with them. That chopped off head still spin, burning witches in they sin. You can't buy, you can't die. I know what y'all said. Just as flesh decay, but eternity, I don't see it that way. I paved the road clear is what you said, but your cult gonna leave people dead. You claim the God don't know you. Watch your desires overthrow you. Man fall down, man go boom. Mask wearing like doom, all caps like y'all yelling. That's a rap, might as well be felons. Y'all words are leopards. On YouTube, acting precious. Mr. Nexus, feel the sun from the solar plexus. Take breakfast, finding all those devices that detect us. Yo, show respect, cuz.
What line of business, my dear? God's business. Witch finder. Witch finder. Oh, that's
What a nigga buzz, or some love. Watch the general pull plugs. Internet warriors caught up in dark corridors. Fiction like Mordor. Should've stayed on the floor. Y'all know no origins. Laughing orphans, even though we got royal blood coursing. No more horses. Real life's more important. Y'all speaking curses on yourself. Claiming God and no one else. Flash you off the shelf. Burn your whole library. I see you do it, look, y'all claim to learn, reading from the Jewish books, y'all some cookie crooks. Lips caught up with a hook, spooky beats drive me wild. Get stabbed, a knife over a child, old man, old style. Used to be killed out the Nile, and I did it.
Be the first to see it. Be the first to talk about it. The Witch Finder General.
He was called Lucifer.
Now look, shit's still playing. God damn it. All right, we got 2 people up in here, I guess. Let's see here. 2 people. Ramel. All right, there's not gonna be nothing disrespectful. So y'all just delete that shit. All right, delete y'all motherfuckers permanently. Like, that's crazy. If y'all want to come on and talk about it, we can talk about it. But you're gonna be respectful. You're not gonna be fucking acting up and acting all crazy. Now, first one. Hell to the fuck. No, they shouldn't. What the fuck? Now, you're gonna have to explain that, right? And now, because I already, the reason I'm talking like this, because I know y'all energy and where y'all coming from. So y'all gonna have to explain that, right? Now, you're gonna have to explain it on a human level. We're not talking about your religion, right? Everybody don't practice your religion, right? Religion is like assholes. Everybody got one, right? Ramel. That's all, and that has nothing to fucking do with Democrats. Like, you gotta chill with that, because that shit ain't got nothing to do with no political party. And you're saying that, oh, Democrats are passing legislation. Democrats are useful for certain situations. Republicans are useful for certain situations. Not all states need Democrats. Not all states need Republicans. Right? And it's a party, so, and more than one can rule at the same time. And guess what? When they're in that building, they work together. Regardless, they working together to come to a conclusion, right? So you can't say that all Republicans are going to vote this way, all Democrats are going to vote this way, right? Now, we're not talking about, don't put another fucking political thing up in this motherfucker. I'm going to delete you. Right. Now, what we're going to be talking about is, should kids be allowed to take puberty blockers to treat gender dysphoria, right? Now, I bet you working together against their constituents since 1776, whatever. All right. Now, this issue is important. Me and Nagy Springfield talked a little bit about this earlier. Right? And you just don't have no fucking all switch. You like, I don't know, it's like you retarded or something, Ramel. I just don't get it. Right? I asked you not to do something, and you're just gonna go do it anyway. Like, this is your house. If I go in your house and go in your if I come in your house, can I just go open up your motherfucking refrigerator, nigga? See, and this is why America is so fucked up. Because we have, now, I gotta stop using the word retarded, but y'all know where I'm getting at when I say retarded, right? This can't get right, motherfucker. I'm not talking about people with Down syndrome or motherfucker with mental. Well, these niggas got mental disabilities and shit, but y'all know what I'm talking about when I say that. I'm trying to curb that. Yeah, people can say what they want to say, right? But it's my house, so I got a choice whether to get rid of your motherfucking ass or not. Right? It's my house. Yeah. And you're free to give your opinion. You're free to give your opinion. Right? I have no problem with that. But it's the disrespect. Now, what if I let some white dude up on here and he talking about y'all niggas stink? All Ramel do sit on the block and shit. Like a hobo. What if they say that? How you gonna feel? Right? You're gonna feel some type of way. I'm not offended. No, I know these people. I don't know you, Maboti, no Toto. I seen you in here the other day, I think. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it. I know them. Like, they regulars, right? Especially Ramel. Ramel's one of my first people to watch. And I know how he is. And he just like, he don't got good sense and shit. Like, you know what I mean? why be disrespectful if you can't have a civil conversation? So I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and we can have a civil conversation. We're not gonna come in here and talk over each other, and we're gonna deal with facts. So we're gonna see who really about it when I drop this link. It come with your facts. All right? Ramel got some shit. I'm starting to figure Ramel ass out. Like, he don't really know shit. He just repeat like what he hear. Because every time he out here, he just repeating himself. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand it. I'm trying to get an understanding. Right? So there go the link. Maboti, if I'm pronouncing that right, you're more than welcome to come on the panel. You know what I'm saying? We can keep it civilized, right? So this is an important video, right? I'm not doing this. This is not the Killer Bee go crazy hour while I'm wilding out and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is like a lesson now I'm trying to do. So like all the weird shit, like, you know what I'm saying? That's just weird, right? And niggas just be saying shit that don't even make no sense. And they can't back it up. So there's the link, and none of y'all can back that up. What y'all saying, because it's coming from hate. It's not coming from logic. Now, what I'm gonna talk about is have problems with that. As soon as you act stupid, you're gonna be out of here. Now, I'm just letting you know. So choose your words lightly. You can say what you want. It's gonna be respectful. You're not gonna talk over me. So I'm just letting you know. So you do it the first time, you out of here. All right, what up?
Hey, yo, you talking about respect? You talking about respect and shit, but you the first man disrespecting calling people names. Let's cut all that out, bro. You know what I'm saying? You act like a man ain't allowed entitled to his motherfucking prerogative or his opinion. That's gonna stop, bro. That all that Democrat silencing us fathers and silence, we ain't got no right to.
Are you going to speak about the topic or no? Because if you're not, you can hit the road. It's that simple. We're not talking about that. I asked you to come in here respectful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. I try to do that, but you know, the chat got into this. So what I'm going to talk about, the title says, should kids be allowed, right? Should their parents be allowed to give kids puberty blockers if they feel that they're in the wrong gender? I don't know that much about it. I don't have it, but there's a lot of people that do, right? And it's something that is plaguing the world, plaguing the Middle East, plaguing Africa, plaguing children all over the world. It's a plague, and children are being mistreated. Children are trying to express their true self, and they're not allowed to do it, and they're being treated just like niggas was treated before the Civil Rights Movement. This is how niggas was treated. They're enslaved. They're being treated the same way. So a lot of these black power heads, I know you ain't no black power head a lot, but the things that y'all claim y'all want to fight for and all that shit, right? But when it's for somebody else that needs those same things, y'all got a problem with it. Y'all, and you act violent. You have a violent thing to it. That if the curtains was closed and shit, you'd be committing genocide. You get what I'm saying? Maboti, if I pronounce, tell me if I'm pronouncing your name right. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing, right? So I didn't mean to get riled up like that in the beginning, but like I already saw the shit coming. The shit retarded. Like, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to say that. But we're gonna talk about this. Negi was talking about there's a lot of bad side effects and stuff. I'm gonna get into it, and I'm gonna try to get to the facts on it. A lot of stuff. There's a lot of people that's fighting this, right? And religion is behind it mostly. It's religion that's behind it. Now we live in the United States, right? The United States, you have freedom of religion. The United States is not built on a religion. And matter of fact, I'm going to read this thing here I tagged him on this on Facebook. Hopefully he tuned in. I'm gonna read his tweet that I shared today. Let me get it here real quick. People like this. Crazy. And Ramel bitch ass feelings hurt. He talked the way he talked. When somebody say he got a wild out, we already dealt with him on that shit. Like shit fucking stupid. Article 11 on the Treaty of Tripoli. Okay, this is a little different than what I thought. The government of the United States in America is not in any sense founded on Christian religion. It has in itself no character of enemy against the laws, religion, and tranquility of for that tweet. Now, get back to where I was here. Damn, you're just trying to fucking shit, have a goddamn conversation. Because people should learn from this. This is something where somebody that want to learn, they shouldn't have to come out here and see all this type of this like stupid stuff like out here. Like it's suspected. What if I got and people that's in here just talking about niggas, saying niggas like watermelon and chicken and all black people need to be strung up in trees and stuff? What if that was in the chat? Y'all would lose your fucking minds. Y'all would lose your fucking minds. Y'all would lose your minds. You got shout out to Fresh Dose, right? They talk about the white supremacists and shit are up on YouTube, but the white supremacists they're not like, you know what I'm saying? They're not doing nothing. They just some broke motherfuckers on the internet. Malak says, how's it? Right. We're gonna get into that. And it's not the child's decision, it's the parent. The parent has to make the decision. There's nothing to learn, brother. If you're pushing more of this agenda on us, then you got the podium and a lot of clout behind you. Can you prove any of that? So you think I got people paying me and all types of shit? No. Because black people free of discrimination. That's what Martin Luther King fought for. He didn't fight for fucking black motherfuckers. He fought for everybody. He fought for everybody to live in this country free of discrimination. Do you agree on that, Babolti? Do you agree on that? So now, this to grease you up a little bit, the civil rights movement was spearheaded by a homosexual. Guess who taught Martin Luther King to do what he was doing? A homosexual. So, in other words, your ass wouldn't be able to do what you could do. Matter of fact, your ass probably wouldn't even be on the internet right now if it wasn't for them. Right or wrong? I'm black and I'm in Turkey. That's dope. What part of Turkey you in? And the U.S. Embassy is flying LGBT rainbow flags, right? They should. That's cool. It's not over the United States flag, though. People fly flags all the time underneath the United States flag. Right or wrong? The Christian flag flies underneath the United States flag. Right or wrong? Now, see, you have to understand, okay, let's back it up like this. Because y'all will have more sympathy for let's say a person that has a mental illness that might have Down syndrome. Y'all will have more or a person with autism. Because a lot of y'all niggas get drugs and all types of shit, and y'all got autistic kids. Because you wasn't living your life right. Right? I'm not saying that's all the cases how it happened. And now I can see a lot of viewers get all irritated. You got an autistic kid and shit. Guess what, nigga? You probably was doing drugs. Don't blame it on the motherfucking vaccines and shit, nigga. Blame it on the drugs you was taking. How about that? Right? So now your child is autistic, and let's say your autistic child is 18 years old but has a mind of an 8-year-old. And they say he shouldn't play with toys. He shouldn't be allowed to do that. Why is he's 18, he's 25, and he plays Nintendo? There would be no problem with that, right? Now, because his mind says that he's this age. His mind thinks on an age older than what he is physically. So should he be oppressed because of that? For something that he can't do anything about? Now, gender dysphoria. Do any of y'all even know what that is? 100%, none of y'all know what the fuck that shit is. Now, if a child is born, say male, right, and in his mind, he's female from a very small age, from the time he's able to talk. He wants to play with the girls. He identifies with what the girls are doing, not with what the boys are doing. What does that mean? What does that mean? It could be. I don't know enough about it, but it could be a mental illness. Mental illness on something that it shouldn't be put out. I could be doing that, right? But with fucking one eye, should you be oppressed? Should you not be able to go to school because you got one motherfucking eye and all the kids are scared of you? How about if you got 3 arms? Should you not be able to go to school because you got 3 arms? And you scaring the fuck out of all the kids? And it's not everybody got 2 arms. Why this motherfucker sitting up in class with 3 arms? So go change all of his X, Y, and XX with the sign. We're gonna get on that. Amy down. I don't know what that is. I'll look that up though. Thank you for the comment, Nikki Lane. I'll check that out. Now, okay, it's classified as a mental illness. I know there was things that was saying homosexual was classified as a mental illness during a certain time, right? I looked up some stuff on that. I don't know. That's like half and half, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but time has passed. And I don't believe it's gender, because I was taught in the Hebrew Israelites in the code that gay people, all of them been molested, right? Or they got a mental illness, right? And it can be cured and all this stuff. And there's lots of studies that have been done that it can't be cured. I guess, but with the what do you call it, the puberty blockers, right? I'm not talking about hormones. I'm talking about puberty blockers. So if a child grows up, your child, it can happen to any of y'all. Just like some of y'all got autistic kids. Some of y'all kids got cerebral palsy. Some of y'all kids got Asperger's. Some of y'all kids got whatever. Like, know what I'm saying? Now, yeah, I'm talking about gender dysphoria first. Like, for a child that has gender dysphoria, they use puberty blockers. It can be used. It can't be used at like age 5. It got to be used when the child hits puberty, right? And hypothalamus is responsible for alerting us to changes in our environment detected by our senses. This part of the brain also associated with sexual arousal. Oh, that's interesting. I want to get more into that. Not saying that they should be oppressed, but they should see a psychological doctor for psychological health instead of seeing hormone doctor and changing the gender. See, this is where y'all fail at because you don't understand enough about the process and what the doctors and stuff is doing. Y'all hear just like the baby, they put black baby kidneys in fucking Pepsi soda. That's the kind of time y'all on. Y'all on that time instead of on reality. Now, what the puberty blocker does when a child hits puberty, it says a lot of autistic kids are homo asexual these days, right? Now, what it does is if the child grew up 5 years old, he doing everything like a girl, but he was born a boy, or been born a girl doing everything like a boy. Y'all all went to school with those people. We did. And my growing up in school and like middle school and stuff, we had kids that like we didn't know what being gay was. Like we didn't know anything about it. We just know all he nigga gay. He was like we say the F word, right? But we didn't know, like, because we didn't even know what sex was, really. Besides what we see on TV and something, like, know what I mean? So we didn't really understand it like that. And we didn't abuse these kids. Like, we might have picked on them or something like that, but it wasn't at a level where this kid, I don't know. I can't say that. That they might kill, they want to hurt themselves or something like that. I didn't, me personally, I didn't. Or I don't know how people felt about the things that we said. Kids that we can talk shit and do stuff. You know what I mean? That's kids. But sometimes what kids do to other kids can lead to that kid killing himself or harming himself or harming others, right? So if this child is growing up like this and you keep trying to convince this kid, like, listen, you don't want to play baseball with me? Like, no, I don't play with this dog. And the kid is in, and a lot of these kids too that I went to school with, they had feminine ways. Even their mannerisms was feminine. Some of the girls' mannerisms were masculine, right? And it also shows physically sometimes, I believe, right? I don't have the data in front of me to back this up, but you might see a gay male, like he might be, I'm not saying all gay males are like this. But a lot that you see that have a feminine, they are a certain size. Their weight is more like a woman. Like, you know what I mean? They're like, I'll just say skinny or something like that or whatever. I'm just saying this off of what I see. Excuse me if I'm like the ignorant of some stuff to people that are watching. But the child grows up like this and parents can't do nothing about it. This is who this child is. So you can't say that this child should not be able to live the way he feels he is. Some of these people too might have male parts. Some women out there might have male parts. And I'm not talking like a full-grown penis. I'm talking about their parts might be a little enlarged. Same thing with men. I saw a video, it's a black guy. You see him, you never think he was gay, right? Or I don't know if you consider this. So, no, he didn't consider himself gay. Let me see how this thing works. He was born with both parts, but he had ovaries. No, he had testicles, but the testicles were inside of him. They didn't drop down like you have a male's testicles. They were inside of him. So medically, hold on one second, Maboti. Medically, like he going to the doctor They never took no X-ray on this dude, right? To see that he got ovaries. But out looking at his physical appearance, he a male. He got a penis. But the man got ovaries. He didn't have, I don't think, testicles. I forgot how it worked. But he found out later that he grew up a female, but he had male traits or something like that. I forgot which way it went around. It was one or two how it went around. But he was born a female. He had male traits. And he was trying to figure it out himself. And it comes to find out that's what was up with him. So if he got born, he's born with a vagina, but he got testicles up in him. So how you gonna tell that man and shit he can't live that way? That's crazy. That's him. That's not you. All right, Maboti, what's up, man? Is that how you pronounce your name? You got your mic muted. You got muted. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Not much.
All right, you speak a little louder. I can barely hear you.
Well, all right. Speaking right into the mic. Can you hear me now?
It's very low. It's like super low.
All right, hold on. Give me a second. Let me try to fix this.
Okay.
It's on everything.
So let me turn up my thing. Oh, it ain't me. My thing's all the way up.
Yeah, can you guys in the chat hear me?
Yeah, it sounds like you're standing away from the mic, though.
No,
I hear you a little better, but go ahead.
I got a headset on with the mic, man. No, I don't, man. I don't really.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, your opinion is your opinion. You know what I'm saying? And like I was saying in the chat, man, like you got a bunch of clout behind you, but I don't mean that you necessarily getting paid by somebody. What I'm saying is like, man, that's where society is going right now. Anyways, is pushing that whole agenda on people and stuff like that. And you know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't see. I'm like I said, I'm from the States, like you guys, but I live in Turkey. They fly the flag over the embassy this entire month. If you read, they're flying the flag over the embassies worldwide. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of clout behind. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So to compare that stuff, let me put it like this, man. I had an incident with the embassy. With the security guards at the embassy about a week and a half ago. And man, the way the foreign police that are contracted to, you know, they're actual police officers, the way they treated me was way better than, you know, than I see the police officers, for example, in the States treating folks in the States, whether they black or white, okay? And I'm saying this, hold on one second. I'm saying this because it's like, man, yeah, these folks, and I'm not LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate on them, but I'm not that, okay? But these folks have a new movement. They already got their flags flying on embassies. You know what I'm saying? Worldwide, even in Vatican City. You just go read the news. It's even in the Vatican City, right? But like, you know, we went through a lot of shit. Historically, and you yourself even say that the civil rights and stuff like that was supposedly for everybody, paving the way for everybody. You know what I'm saying? But we don't really get much because it's been how many hundreds of years, and we still kind of at the pretty much at start. You know, in 2021, we entered into the information age, the space age, and we're still at the start. And this is the biggest thing that we can talk about and push is some anti-Hebrew Israelite stuff or some pro, you know, hormone blockers for kids. And another thing I want to say is this, man. Is that like I see a lot of folks talk against male circumcision, you know what I'm saying? But then again, what's being pushed, what this right here is worse than male circumcision. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about comparing cutting a piece of flesh to actually irreversible damage to hormones. You know what I'm saying? That's not even scientific, man, because you can't. You know what I'm saying? We can obfuscate it and call it, you know, genders and all and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? If it's got an X and a Y, it's got an X and Y. If it's X and X, it's got X and X. And regarding some dude with his balls or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Man, I got a dog that's sleeping right now this morning over here. My dog got the same problem. His balls are stuck inside, and we got the choice to either get him neutered or to get him surgically removed out. You know what I'm saying? So, look, man, I'm not, like I said, man, I know there's people that are born with both organs. It's very rare, but it's not the edge case that I would want to use to, you know, to start to normalize the stuff for my children. You understand what I'm saying?
but like some children, it doesn't affect. And I'm in my 40s. Children aren't the children. Children are learning. And what you said about the pride flag being flown, if I'm not mistaken, the United States in some places are flying the Black Lives Matter flag. They fly all types of flags underneath the United States flag, not over the top of it, but underneath. You know what I'm saying? You'll never see
underneath
somebody
the other
with a
top
flag in the United States.
Yeah, that's normal. Yeah, that's normal. I'm not saying it regarding it being over. What I'm saying is that that this movement, internet is getting it's got the full, you know, the credibility of the United States behind it. So there's no problem with this movement. Okay, I'm in a Muslim country, dude, and to be in a Muslim country and to see this flag as if it's a top priority. You know what I'm saying? When we didn't have ISIS, we didn't have all this kind of stuff. We still got, you know, problems with Syria and Iran, and to see that the biggest priority is, you know, fly a flag. You know what I'm saying? Like that tells me a lot. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I grew up in the States, bro. I'm from the South. You know what I'm saying? I'm not an anti-white and things like this. Like it may be typical. Now I'm pro-black, but I'm not anti-white. You know what I'm saying? But to see that we didn't have any of that, because if you look at the income gap and stuff like that by race, man, we're at the worst ever. We just had a supposedly black president. You know what I'm saying? Before Trump. You know, so like, bro, like to say that, I don't know, to use this to tie this movement into civil rights, or to even like compare this stuff to slavery, man, and the things that we go through, man. To be honest with you, you can always just shut your fucking mouth. Like if I'm gay, for example, I just won't say anything. Why the fuck do people need to know what my sexual preference is? If I'm this or that, you know, to get a job. But I walk around as black everywhere I go in the world, and I get looked at it, you know what I'm saying, based on how the United States has portrayed us in the media for the past, since the 20th century at least. Okay?
What I would say. Most people that are recognized as gay don't advertise. They're just looked at. And we see this all the day in this so-called conscious community, black community on the internet. And you got men and stuff out there that do something that a woman don't agree with, or a man might not agree with. They automatically consider you gay. Like they'll say, Killer B, you fucking gay as fuck. You doing videos and shit on LGBT fucking thing. Does that mean I'm gay? No. But I would like you to take. I know you don't go back that far, but take yourself to the 50s and put yourselves in white people's shoes and what they feel about black people having rights in America. What are the things that they thought? And they said, well, these people are animals. They're not like us. They're hell bent on raping people, and they're not intelligent. Someone just said this on in like a board meeting with the board the school board or something, saying that black children, the reason why they don't excel in school because they're not critical thinkers, that they can't take 1 and 2 and see that as 3. There's people that wrote books in the 50s and before on black people, saying black people are not capable enough to think like the white man. So in other words, they shouldn't be allowed to mate with white people. They shouldn't be allowed to mingle with us. It's almost like letting the dog sit at your dinner table. So we have to look at it like that. How they thought about us.
I disagree.
And I'm sure they thought all types of stuff. Why we don't deserve what we deserve. I'm sure they could come out with a whole list.
Brother, I totally disagree with you, and I think that what you're saying is fallacious. Now, what I will agree with you is that, yeah, if like when I go to the States, when I'm at home, niggas think I'm gay just because if I talk proper English, right? You know, they automatically assume that you're gay because you don't talk with a hood accent and stuff like that, right? But regarding like going back to the 1950s, man, you have so much that was going on in the world because of the post-colonial era. You had all of the artifacts, the residue from the colonial era, and the theories that were used to justify and propel colonialism, with the main one being scientific racism. So these white folks, and I don't even blame them all the time. These white folks would have been indoctrinated. Wait, I'm saying something, bro. These folks were taught that and it was used to justify the things that we're doing worldwide, right? But they were taught that we were subhuman. They had people in zoos in those times. You know what I'm saying? They had people in zoos in those times. They packed people in ships a few hundred years prior. They classified people. They pretty much created a caste system, you know, global caste system based on skin color. You know what I'm saying? And gay people didn't go through that. They're not going through that, and they shouldn't go through that, right? So to build up a straw man to say, oh, what's up?
No, it wasn't entirely on the skin color. We went into Africa and saw that we were primitive people. On the west coast of Africa, the people in the they were, you know, hold on one second. They didn't have the concept of the wheel. I did a show the other day, a couple of days ago, where I talked about the last slave ship and how these writers were going into the heart of Africa and giving their analysis and stuff on the things that they were seeing, where they were selling their children. If times got hard, they would pawn their child to someone. There was homosexuality going on.
We have that same thing, man. What? You can find news articles. You can find news articles from the Great Depression era, or you can see pictures of white folks trying to sell their kids too, brother. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. There's not a race to say that who can be the most inhumane to another group based on how well the other group has progressed. That's just wrong, man. And that's what you're supposed to be fighting against for the LGBTQ stuff. But the arguments that you're using are just fallacious, bro. Because you're sitting there trying to humanize one group of people by showing how unhuman another. If there's so many groups of people that don't. What's up?
So they're not
like it's like okay, brother. Let me say this. No, I'm not. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I'm not saying they're not human. They're human beings. Of course, they're human beings. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say. What
should they not have the same right?
Brother, when I listen, don't try to take the things that you've been saying and try to put those in my mouth. I'm playing off what you've been saying, bro. I've been listening to you and I've been writing comments on things that you've been saying. You were comparing them to people that have autism and Asperger's disease and stuff like that. And I said, brother, you're saying that this is a mental illness, you're dysphoria. Are you saying that? No. But the thing is, wait, let me continue because I do have autism. Okay. But I don't. What I don't do is permanently manipulate my body or block anything to stunt my development because of that. Okay.
But that's not the same thing. That's not.
But you were the one that was comparing it. It was you that was comparing, bro.
Yeah. I take back comparison. I take it back. That I'm just going off of what I was thinking at the time. I'm not saying that was fact, but what I'm saying, what I meant by using autistic people is saying, for instance, people with autism or Asperger's, some of them, I'm not saying all of them, some can't talk, some can't, some look at things on a child level. Some, and this is a study I wanted to do a video on too. People with autism might look at children weird in a way that a normal person did it would be inappropriate. But a person that had maybe autism,
I don't give a fuck if you're an autist or what. No. If you look at children in the wrong way, I don't give a fuck, bro. That's wrong. There's no exceptions to that shit. Do you have kids? That. Do you have children? Do you even have children, bro?
So hold on. What I'm saying is the studies in people say like a autistic person. I'm not saying you, but there's an autistic person out there that enjoys playing with children, or they might look at the beach. They might look at little girls weird. If it was a regular person, you would be alarmed, right? But in the mind of that person with Asperger's or autism, it's not the way how we would look at it. They will be looking on or I'm not saying that's what it is, but they will be looking at it on an innocent level, just like a child. Or because like people with Asperger's, they don't show their emotions like we do. Like Maggie, my co-host Maggie that comes on, he has Asperger's. Sometimes he might be furious, but he'll be on here and we'll never know it because his mind it doesn't show it physically to us. You can look at somebody and tell they're upset or tell they're happy. You know what I'm saying? So you can demonize somebody for something that you don't.
Bro, I think you're cutting out. You've been cutting out quite a bit, bro.
That might not be, it's something different. But I don't want to go off like the topic and stuff. But I just believe in. I believe that it's shameful that Black people here, LGBT, however you want to put it, people, and I find it shameful that it was those type people that helped us get the rights in this country. And in turn, what did we do? We got the rights and we turned around and treated them less than how we was treated in this country.
Let me say this. Let me say this for the record. So are you attributing civil rights and things like that to LGBTQ or people of that persuasion? I know LGBTQ wasn't around at that time, but
Civil Rights Act was for LGBTQ. It was for them also.
No, what I'm saying though is that you're saying that people that
when you go to your job, right? But when you go to your job in America, I don't know about over there. In every workplace in America, you have a law that tells you your rights, your civil rights, and that you're not to be discriminated against your sex, your gender, your race, your color, your religion, or whatever else it is, right? It's right on the board in every workplace. But
so what's your point? Like every one of us that works in corporate America, we work with transgenders and we work with gays and things like that. In fact, you know, if you ever worked in, if you ever seen or worked near CEOs or COOs and things like that, you'll know that they're trying to reach quotas. They're trying to reach quotas of these fringe minority groups, including Black folks, to add into their work environment, man.
But is it wrong? You know the politics.
No, well,
they do to get their votes, right?
Right. But we're not talking about politics. We're talking about we're talking about work culture right now. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying simply is, I've had a trans boss that I thought was a woman that turned out was a dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so what? I didn't find out until after he or she got fired. You know what I'm saying? That it was a dude. I didn't really give a fuck because I came in and do my job and go home. You know what I'm saying? So that's my point. Is like and this was like a decade ago, man. So like that's what I said, man. You guys are just bullying people at this point, man. You're picking a straw man to tear apart, and then of course you know that people, when you try to push that shit like down people's throats, people are not going to accept it. You do you, we're gonna do us. Y'all been doing y'all, man. Like when I look at if I look at the scoreboard, let me continue, brother. If I look at the scoreboard, every issue that's related to like whether it's homosexuality, whether it's pro-life, pro-choice, all these issues, the other side always wins. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got like down there a perfect track record. Whether it's Obamacare, for example, the Supreme Court just upheld that I think a week or two ago. You understand what I'm saying? So bro, That's what I'm saying. Y'all got a lot of clout. Y'all can continue bullying and stuff like that. And folks like me, you know what I'm saying? Like we don't give a fuck. We got family members. We've had family members that have been gay for decades,
Right.
and we didn't give a fuck then. Okay, but when it comes to the shit for children, you know what I'm saying? I'm a father. I don't know if you're a father or not, but I got I got 3 girls, and I got a little boy. Okay. And so I'm protective over them because that's my job, to be a man. If y'all respecting me being a man, then I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? Then I'm gonna give you the straight dope on what I feel about giving kids, giving teenage whatever, shit to block their hormones or to retard their puberty. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what this subject is about. And I'm saying, and black folks don't gotta go along with that. Black folks don't gotta go along with that. You know, we don't got to go along with that.
But do you understand what the puberty block is for, though?
Bro, it doesn't matter what it's for, because if a dude
blocker, you have to know that. You can't say it doesn't matter. What it is for, when the child shows signs of gender dysphoria, right? What the puberty blocker does is give the child time to see if the child grows out of it. Some children grow out of it. Some children don't.
So now, that's what I said. It retards puberty. That's what I said, brother. You don't gotta talk to your audience like we're stupid or something. You know what I'm saying? Like right. I said exactly what you're saying, but in the proper using proper terminology.
But I'm saying what it's used for. It stops puberty, yes. Right? But it's used as a tool to make the child comfortable in his body. You have to understand, what if you woke up one morning and you just had this big ass bump on your motherfucking penis? You're gonna feel some type of way, and it won't go away. It won't go away. And you messing with chicks, and they're like, oh shit, I'm fucking with you. What the fuck is that shit? And you go to the doctor, and the doctor say, hey, we got this thing here where we can get rid of that for you. You're gonna go fucking take the shit because it's gonna make you feel comfortable.
It doesn't matter, brother. It doesn't matter how you compare contrast this issue. You're wrong on this issue. You know what I'm saying? You're straight wrong. It doesn't matter how you compare or contrast this, how you try to justify it, bro. Whether you say puberty blockers retards or slows down puberty, check this out. There are windows of development for every stage of development in a child's life. You understand what I'm saying? There's you want to talk to an infant a certain way until he's 6 months through that window, until he's 1 year, until he's 4 years old. You understand what I'm saying? There's windows for all this stuff, man. So just because you're saying that, oh, it just retards it, all this stuff is new and experimental at this point. You know what I'm saying? Bro, this stuff is new and experimental.
All the way up into the 80s. You get what I'm saying? The child from birth is acting opposite his gender.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the treatments. I'm not talking about person's behavior. It doesn't matter how a kid behaves.
They're not giving it to kids 5 years old. They're giving it to kids that's 10, 12 years old.
That's what I'm saying. And brother, I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying, brother. You don't even got look. And I'm saying to you that window to blocking or retarding puberty, right during that window, is experimental. That's what I'm saying. Okay, these are the. So let me say this. Let me say that because I got a 13-year-old and a 10-year-old. Okay, they're in the room asleep right now. Okay, but these are the times where even I'm becoming foreign to my own daughters. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I'm insulted by their mood swings and stuff. Okay, because they're in this window of development where they're highly impressionable but also highly subconscious. They don't know who they are. They're trying to discover it, and the only thing I can do, and that anyone can do for them, is keep the boundaries, the right boundaries. You don't want them going off doing stupid shit, but also let them know that you trust them and building up their confidence. Okay. So this is a very. I'm in that window right now with 2 children. And
So
I know I
if
wouldn't
your
give
child,
hormone blockers, man. I wouldn't give it any hormone or any puberty retards or retardants or blockers. I wouldn't give it to them.
right? But what if your child, it becomes such a problem where your child is thinking about hurting themselves?
If your child is at that stage, then man, you have missed a lot of signs along the way. And I don't know, like the other person said, seek actual professional help, psychological help. There's no sense in causing permanent damage because the blockers are going to be permanent. Okay, retarding such a small window, retarding such a small window of development is permanent. Okay, those hormones are important. Okay, for a woman and for a man, for a girl and for a boy, those hormones are important. So if you're going to go through 3 years or 4 years of hard puberty hormones, but instead you're going through, I don't know, 1.5 because you blocked it, brother, what are the repercussions for that on that person's development for the rest of their life? They may decide that they don't want to be, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to go through with whatever treatment they were going through.
Child has desire to act the body that it was born in.
Brother,
it's killing them.
So by the dumb shit that you folks are saying, I'm sorry, this is your show. I'm gonna hop off in a second, but by the dumb shit that you folks are saying, we should go through and change all the motherfucking Y chromosomes too for these little boys that feel this way. You understand what I'm saying? Like this shit is retarded.
All right, let me read this real quick. Let me get to this. Mistreatment about medical treatments for transgender patients has proliferated in recent weeks as a spat of events brought transgender rights to the spotlight. Social media backlash with swift following executive actions from President Joe Biden to expand transgender rights. His nomination of a transgender woman for Assistant Health Secretary in the U.S. House of Representatives, passing of the Equality Act to prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, right?
Yeah, so
right. The claim is professional organizations such as the Endocrine Society recommend against puberty blockers for children who have not reached puberty and recommend that patients be at least 16 years before beginning hormone treatments for feminization or masculinization of the body. The last step in transitioning to another gender reassignment surgery, is only available to those 18 and older in the United States. The onset of puberty is the baseline for medical intervention. Puberty typically occurs between the ages 10 and 14 for girls, 12 and 16 for boys. Guidelines for the medical care of transgender patients developed by organizations such as the Endocrine Society and the World Professional Association for Transgender Health begin with counseling and psychological evaluation. It begins with counseling and psychological evaluation by a team of medical professionals before any physical intervention are considered. If patients have begun to go through puberty and have demonstrated a long-lasting and intense pattern of gender nonconformity or gender dysphoria, long-lasting and intense pattern of gender nonconformity and gender dysphoria, then treatments such as puberty blockers can be considered. According to the standard of care for transgender people by the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, gender dysphoria refers to distress people may experience as a result of the discrepancy between their gender identity and the sex assigned to them at birth. Puberty blockers, which suppress the release of testosterone and estrogen during puberty, allow adults more time to explore their gender, nonconformity, and other developmental issues. The standards of care say, go ahead. Now you hear that. You're going through situation before it's being allowed to get to you. You're not going to say, oh, put my kid on this. It's not like going to the doctor and getting Xanax or some shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I get to. Like, what's the rigor and the standard of these evaluations being done in the first place, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. You don't know. Have you been through one? I haven't been through one, and I'm not gonna send my kids through one. And whatever somebody else do with their own kids, that's their business. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But y'all gotta stop pushing shit on black folks, man. We play around. Let me finish, bro. You talk, and you're at this article from PolitiFact. You know what I'm saying? We play along with all the shit that's really not for us. You know what I'm saying? We played along with feminism. It wasn't for us. It fucked us up. You know what I'm saying? We're playing along with this fire. This shit's not for us, man. You know what I'm saying? We need to be worried about. What do you mean
for us? You speaking on black people?
Okay. Yeah, of course, because I walk around and it doesn't matter how white I talk. I'm an engineer. It doesn't matter how educated I am. You understand? Because I'm still walking around as a nigga in this world. Okay, and I'm not walking around as some African. I'm walking around as a nigga in America. So yeah, of course I care about that. But brother, we need to worry. We got other shit to worry about. White folks is rich. They got a lot of room for margin, big margin of error. They can make a lot of mistakes without being poor. We're already poor, and we're trying to play their fucking games, and we're trying to take their burdens. You know what I'm saying? This is nonsense. And you can disagree, but it's the truth.
I would have to.
You can disagree, but it's the truth.
I'll have to disagree with that. That because we've been too long playing woe is me, because the Turk. And I don't know if you saw my show earlier today, but I was friends with a lot of Turkish people. I actually worked with a Turkish guy. I taught him English. He didn't know no English when he got here. I taught him how to speak English. And guess what? That man worked 70-some hours a day, and years went by. Guess what? He owned a gas station. And my ass sitting up over this motherfucker. I'm doing all right. I ain't got no.
How do you think, man? I've been in the Middle East for a long time, and I speak Turkish perfectly. Okay, brother. Folks that okay, look, good for the brother if he has his gas station. But I'm telling you that folks, they have a community behind them. They have villages behind them that save up their money. That keep their money. They keep their money in their community. Yeah. Yes. For him to even have gotten to America, it's hard as hell for a Turkish person to get to America. It's almost like the chosen people making it to America. Always do.
They got here, but I know somebody.
Right. I was gonna say,
this guy, he wanted to
brother.
Get over here. Yep.
Right.
But
right.
You can't say that you do what they did. You can't say that. That's crazy.
Well, you saying like folks didn't work that hard? You saying that we don't work that hard?
We don't.
Wait. After you lose everything over and over and over, right? If we don't work so hard, then why did these white folks keep us around for so long? That's the first thing I would like to ask you. You calling white folks stupid then? You think they're gonna keep all these niggas around if they don't do shit? What? That's the first thing. What?
We only up 17% of the population.
But brother, it doesn't matter. But what I'm saying, 17% of the population is what 350 million. That's still a huge chunk. So my point.
But
sorry,
who is
my charger?
I told this story earlier today. Wish you would have listened. Wish you could have heard it. But what I said today, right? I used to be a manager at a store, at a skate shop. I was in the skateboard industry and all types of stuff, right?
Yeah, I skate, man. I like skating. I'm about to go skating.
Oh, word? That's what's up. You my boy now. Straight up. And when I started there was a manager at the skate shop ahead of me. I was under him. And he was getting paid $20-something an hour. I started there at $10 an hour, right? And it was noticed right off the bat that I was more skilled and knowledgeable in the department than him. He's complaining he's not getting enough money. He wants more money. He quits. They moved me in there. They didn't give me his wage, right? Now, it wasn't because I was black, right? It's because I was stupid. Because when I went in there and filled out the application where it says how much you want, I left it blank. And that's something that the majority of black kids that are starting out, they're afraid to put how much they're worth. I knew what I was worth. When I became manager, they gave me $12, right? And that year, I doubled his sales that he did last year. The year after that, I doubled my own sales. I created a new department in the store. Started selling BMX bikes. I sold more BMX bikes than a bike shop that's been around for 20 years. They didn't want to give me that. They didn't want to give me that money. So I told them, I called them, baby mama, I ain't got no kids. So I called them up and like, yo, he's like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, I'm never coming in there again. They're like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, you come in here, what are you talking about? I was like, nothing to talk about. We already discussed it. You say you're not giving me no more money, and that's it. And from that point, people told me, I'm stupid. You a dumbass nigga for quitting your job. What you gonna do now? And all this stuff, right? You had a good job. I said, watch what I'm gonna do. I sat in front of this damn computer for a year and a half and learned how to do importing from China, where afterwards I actually worked as a sub rep. I worked for like Girl and Chocolate Skateboards, Death Wish, DC Shoes. I did a bunch of snowboard brands and stuff like that. I was an independent sales rep, and I outgrew that. And then I learned how these companies were getting their product. So I learned how to deal with manufacturers in China. So now I started my own OEM manufacturing company. The same shop boards we're getting for the shop, I'm selling these to the stores. I'm blocking everybody out of the game, right? And I knew my worth. After a year and a half, when I finally started doing it, it took me a year and a half to learn it. Then I created my own website. Didn't even know how. A guy quoted me $2,000 to do the website. When I finished, he said, damn. He said, I couldn't have done a better job myself. And this is your first website you ever built. Total store. You using all these like Magenta. It's like a big platform. And
I just use
I did this myself. And I saw what the white people was doing with manufacturing. I didn't need no money. I was using Westerners' money. I made 60.
If you don't mind,
know what I'm saying? So nobody's stopping you.
Right. So what I'm saying, so let me say this.
Nobody stopped.
Nobody stopped me. I'm doing my thing. But let me say this. You got yours, right? I got mine, right? And that's my point, is that since I got mine, I'm not about to throw additional burdens on black folks for some additional movement that's being perpetuated by white folks. It's not our issue. I got cousins that's gay. I got uncles that's been gay since I was a little kid. Okay, so we got no problem with that. We don't got no hatred. We may think it's weird. My grandma, you know what I'm saying? My grandma, God rest her soul, man. She had to learn that her granddaughter was gay. You know what I'm saying? Talking about the old generation clashing with the new generation. You know what I'm saying? And folks, man, what y'all are saying is that, oh, y'all just better accept all this social change that happened in the past. This shit just happened in like 20 years, man, in our lifetime. You said you're 40 years old, right? You're a few years older than me. This stuff just happened in our lifetime. It happened like that, like the speed of light, like a lightning bolt. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so forcing this stuff down on people is not right. And then to tie this into black folks, man, it's like, dude, you got yours, so it's easy to talk. I got mine, brother. Like I said, I got cribs in the States. I'm sitting here chilling in a nice ass city. Okay, about to get my ass out and go to the skate park. And you know what I'm saying? But I got mine. But I'm not going to look back at black folks and be like, yeah, I got mine. It's all good. Y'all niggas are sorry. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not true. You know, I used to be that way. Just saying, oh, it's because niggas are sorry. It's because you don't have a baby out of wedlock. Don't do this, don't do that. And then I'm just looking at, well, shit. That's the assumption is that we always been that way. But the truth is, like, when the gangster rap started, that's like 1980s. But you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh
Like
yeah, late 80s.
All right, so
ruined us. You know what?
Right. But it's still here. It's still here. You still got artists.
And we paying for
artists. Right on. And that's my point. Is that our problem is
we paying for gangster rap, right?
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Why do we need to take another burden? You know what I'm saying? White folks have made a lot of money off the music that's been detrimental to black folks. Okay. So why do we gotta take on another burden from these folks? You understand what I'm saying? As if we the ones walking around hating people and I want to walk around lynching and killing people and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got our own problems that we need to fix, and this ain't one of them. It's not one of our problems. This is Joe Biden. You take care of that with your own folks. We address our own folks.
I believe that because the reason I say too, and I'm not saying how can I put this here? This issue I look at as a lesson that we should look at, because what we did during the civil rights movement, and they was here with us.
Bro, there's a million examples of how horrible the civil rights movement was.
The black elders.
There are codified laws that forbid a black person from marrying with a white person. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like right now, folks of that other whatever persuasion they are, they can marry whoever the hell they want to marry. You understand what I'm saying? And they didn't have to go through. They didn't go through getting sprayed down by hoses, attacked by dogs, shot, lynched, and all the other things. And this isn't ancient history. We're talking about in the past. We're talking about after emancipation. It took 100 years for niggas to be considered human by the law, on law. It took 100 years past emancipation, and that was in my mama's lifetime and in your mama's lifetime.
Now that's a false statement you made. I know I might be misquoting you, but you said to be considered human. When people look at that 3/5 of a man thing, that is not calling in where that was in the Constitution. It is not saying black people. There's nothing in the Constitution that talks about religion. There's nothing that mentions a religion, that mentions a person's color, or mentions a person's race. You will not find that in the Constitution. Now, where it says these people be 3/5 of a man. Listen to me real quick. What it was saying is that it was the 3/5 was talking about for slaves, not black people, for slaves, whether you white, Indian, or whatever, right? Now, the reason it was done is because the southern states, they didn't have as many people, so you don't get as much representation with a small population in the state. So what they were doing, they were counting their slaves on the census as citizens. So the North was like, whoa, hold on now. You ain't gonna be doing that, because that's like cooking the books. Like, know what I'm saying? So what they did, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna allow you to count 3 out of every 5 slaves for your population. That's all that was. It didn't have nothing to do about dehumanizing anybody or anything. Those are Afrocentric radicals that taught us that.
Man,
they taught us it lasted 20, 30. No. You can go read it yourself. It says free. It says free. It was talking about who could pay taxes, right? And it excluded the Indian. It's you ain't got to pay tax, and so they got counted. You got the free man, and you got the man that's working for service, like a debtor or whatever, like a denture servant, I guess. And then you got the slave.
Makes sense.
It didn't.
Right.
African.
But the fact
none of that shit's in there. That's all I would say.
The fact that you were a chattel slave in the first place is the dehumanizing factor. it doesn't matter if the owner was cheating on the census records to get additional whatever representation or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a similar thing that they're used on census nowadays regarding illegal immigration in the States. You understand what I'm saying? That's irrelevant. What we're talking about is that the humanizing factor, and it doesn't matter because it took 100 years. If what you're saying, if what you're trying to imply by that is true, then it wouldn't have taken 100 years later. I agree with you on history. It makes perfect sense to me. I agree with you on that. Huh?
The Greeks was in slavery for 400 years under the Turks. The Greeks was in slavery.
I don't know about 400
under
years,
the Turks. 400 years.
Under
Turks.
Dude, come on, man. I'm in the Asian region right now, and I see about. No, that's not true. That they weren't enslaved, man. Just being conquered and colonized doesn't imply slavery, bro.
Years.
Yeah, man. You guys get on YouTube and just kind of say whatever you want to say, and I guess a lot of people believe y'all. But yeah, I'm sitting over here right now.
Black. The Berbers that we like to say are black. When you talk about the Moors weren't black people. The Moors soldiers. The Moors soldiers was black.
But I'm not. Yeah, of course they were. Yeah.
So you can't put all
that.
Did you know that the United States have been fighting slavery since the birth of the United States? They have been fighting slavery.
Does it? So, United States is fighting human trafficking as well globally, right? But we have a huge human trafficking problem at the southern border, where a lot of kids, like you said illegal immigrant Turks, for example. I know illegals as well. And go ask them the stories. Go ask them the stories of what happens to some of these women and girls on the border. We have a human trafficking problem right now, and we're fighting human trafficking. That doesn't mean shit, man.
Do you know? Hold on. We can't talk over each other. Do you know when the importation of slaves ended in the United States?
I don't remember exactly that date. The exact date now. I probably came across it.
The law was 1802, that it was written up. It was passed in 1806. When it was passed, you can no longer bring any slaves in the United States. It was stopped in Africa, it was stopped in America, and it was stopped in Great Britain and France. The British was the first to patrol up and down the west coast of Africa to stop slave traders. They were
probably because they had all the slaves at that point. They had a nice run. They had a nice inhumane run of chattel slavery, bro. It doesn't matter. It's like me saying that, bro. It's like me being a bank robber, all of a sudden saying that, oh, on this date, I stopped robbing banks, and all of a sudden it's like, am I a fucking hero because I stopped robbing banks, man? Come on, like think about what that.
Well, what you say now?
When you talk, you gotta give me when you talk, you gotta give me a second to reply each statement, because I can't just keep all this stuff in my memory, you know.
Talking over.
No, I'm just making a request that when you talk, allow me a chance to reply.
Importation of slaves.
Please.
All right. Try not to go on and on. I got a short attention span. This shit. So sometimes I'm gonna be stopping you because I got a thought, and if I let you go, I'm gonna forget it. You know what I'm saying? I just let you know that. You're more welcome to come on in. You're more respectable than most people that come up on here. I tell you that. So I give that shit to you. And you're skateboarder, so you cool with me no matter what. But in 1776 is when the United States started. By 25 years later, the importation of slaves was banned. By then, the reason why they didn't stop slavery is because it would crash the whole United States economy. It would crash the whole industry. Everything they worked for would go to shit.
All right. Let me respond.
You fuck that. Right and wrong. Right? You supposed to do that. Fuck that. But no. Right? You have to. They have this. If they ban something today, right, on the market, Do they just go in the stores and make everybody stop selling it? No, they don't. Because some people have a lot of money invested in that product. So what they do is allow them to finish selling the product. And when the product is sold,
are those products humans? Are those products humans? Brother, you comparing us to products now? Come on, bro. Let me respond to one by one, though, please. Let me just respond really fast. I'm gonna have to get off here in a second. But let me make this last. You're saying, like, what was it? They can't just all of a sudden, ban slavery or something like that because the economy was dependent on. Hey, that's their fault. That's not our problem. You think that I want to wait my whole lifetime and see my life vanish before the eyes of the chattel slave just because they don't want their economy to collapse? This same kind of argument is like, dude, it's like, why don't you give something to the indigenous people? Oh, because we built all this stuff on that. Well, you came, you know what I'm saying? If I rob a bank and all of a sudden my family, my grandchildren is rich as hell because I robbed the fucking bank. Okay, and all of a sudden they find out all that fucking money was something I stored in a trust fund for my grandkids. They come and say, well, you got to give that shit. And all of a sudden I say, oh, my grandkids are poor now. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my great grandkids, or I won't be around. You know what I'm saying? But that's my fucking fault. You know what I'm saying? You reap what you sow. That's my fucking fault. You reap. So saying like I don't know, man. Saying like you can just the end justifies the means type of mentality is what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying. Is that because some white folks' economy was dependent on this? I don't fucking care. You know what I'm saying? That their economy was going light years ahead of the whole world because of all that damn free labor. You know what I'm saying? Like travel across the world and travel across in countries that was around during the establishment of the United States during the 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, for example. And you're gonna see that you're gonna wonder, why was America way ahead? America had all that. Why were they way ahead of everybody? Because they had all that fucking free labor. Okay, nobody in the world could compete with the Western Europe and all that free fucking labor. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. You gotta understand. It was people's property. They purchased this. Just like you purchased a brand new Mercedes. And
so wait, brother. Let me ask you, brother. So somebody's property. Okay, were we spoils of war? How did we become somebody's property to be able to sell in the first place, right?
They brought them with cash money. Fair and square. They brought them. Cash money, fair and square.
So fair and square. So that means that it should be still fair and square. There's a way to fair and square buy a human today in 2021.
Sold them to them. We sold them ourselves. The Africans Africans didn't slaves. The slaves, the Africans.
So if a Russian sells a German, if a Russian sells a German, brother, arguments are fallacious. If a Russian sells a German or a German sells a Greek, are we saying that they sold their own people? No, we're not. We're not saying they sold their own people because a Russian is a Russian, a German is German, and a Greek is a Greek. So don't try to say that we sold them as if we are all Africans. You understand what I'm saying? As every African is us.
Right.
Because I wouldn't sell my kids. I don't give a fuck how poor I was. I don't care how much gold some white or black person offered me. Wouldn't sell my kids. I'm a black man.
There's documented proof, bro. There's documented proof for that. There's documented proof that selling their own. I just did a video on the thing.
Okay, yeah, I know. So you have white folks writing in books saying that these Negroes are docile, they have no empathy or apathy, they will sell their own church. You have white folks sell this stuff the same way white folks is telling me today that Muslims are terrorists and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm supposed to believe what they're writing in books just because it was a book that was contemporary to the time. That I'm serious about this. Yeah, probably there were some cases. That wasn't the majority of cases. But let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Probably there was cases. Like I said, probably there was cases. Yes. There was cases of white folks selling their kids in the United States of America during the Depression ages as well. What I'm saying to you is that the majority of people would never do that, white or black. So don't dehumanize us that way, man. Don't stop dehumanizing. I'm saying stop dehumanizing. It's 2021 and you're dehumanizing people. Hey, bro, I gotta go. It's early in the morning. I gotta go. I'm about to head out, man.
I'll have a little bit hard time like hearing you and stuff, but the slaves were brought from Africans, and this was going on long before the white men started coming in and getting them, and the white men saw that it was wrong and wanted to stop it. They wanted to stop it. In 1700s, the United States wanted to stop slavery. They wanted to stop it. But you got a country. You have a country. People pay. The Constitution protects these people's purchases. Just like today, they can't walk up in your house and take your motherfucking guns. They can't walk into your house and say, we taking your car from you. People are like, what the fuck you talking about? I didn't spend money on this shit. You ain't taking this shit. You got to think reality. Reality. The Constitution protected that. And they had to make changes. People were fighting for this. You know what I'm saying? People were fighting for this. White people, not black. White. White was what up, Josh? What up? I didn't see you up here. They was died at. It's documented proof. Oh, he left. My bad. You can come back in if you want. But it's crazy. Like, people gotta come to their senses. All right, let's get. I want to get back on topic. Like, I hate going off topic. Thank you for coming on, though, Mutu. I appreciate it. Josh says, nah, they shouldn't be allowed to take that shit until they are old enough to decide for themselves. That's when that is debatable, but parents who are in tune know, right? I agree, Josh. I agree with you. Here we go with this white folks shit. Yeah, I hate getting on that, yo. It do people a goddamn disservice. Shit crazy. Right. Let me get back to this thing. Let me just go to this shit. Right. All colors are held accountable. Yeah, like people don't understand it. Like they don't get it. I don't see why they don't get it. I don't understand. But let's get to the facts here. The facts here. So the children has to go through psychological evaluation, you know, and other things, testing or whatever, to see how bad the gender dysphoria is. And how hard are they going on this? Is this little girl really like a dude? You see them out here, they play basketball at the park. She dressed, she walked like a dude, talk like a dude. Young kid, like 14 years old, 13, 14 years old. Like sometimes now, this the doctor's science says sometimes it's oh shit, Josh up here. Right now we get some civilized talk of this. What up, Josh? What up, Josh? You gotta unmute.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. It's crazy, yo. Like shit. I gotta go through all this crazy shit, Josh, all the time.
Yo, is the brother still on?
Nah. He dipped out.
Golly, that was quick.
Yeah, like I just be trying to like people say, oh, well y'all and see what you mean, y'all, nigga. I'm just doing the videos. Well, y'all,
Yeah.
this is shit like they really know what it is. I see is that they're mad that this community is gaining so much, and black people seem like they standing in the same spot.
Yeah. I think that. Oh, go ahead.
But like I see, like my whole argument too with this shit is after the civil rights movement, black people who were oppressed by these other people started. Well, they still was doing it. They didn't stop the oppression of that community. And when that community helped them get the rights that they wanted. And I think that, well, the black LGBT whatever community, I believe that they were saved. No, that's why I say this, is because they were let out of all the other shit that black people had to eat afterwards, like the whole Afrocentric thing, the whole black power, white man, the devil, and all this ideology stuff. They weren't included in that, so they was allowed to live like normal people. So when you live like normal people, you do normal people things and get things done. Just like you see a lot of black power people here, they black power, but they broke as hell. They black power and they barely can feed themselves. Why? Because they too busy on the internet talking about black power and not actually doing anything. Like I showed how the dude from the Guardian Angels, that was a white man. He got black and Hispanic people together to clean up their motherfucking communities. And what happened? And they got things done. Now, how many black power, black nationalist groups out there ain't done nowhere close to what the Guardian Angels did in New York City? Nowhere close. They were like the saviors to New York City. And then the man got the thing done. These people, they got militias and all this stuff. Ain't nobody doing nothing but talking. They ain't in office. They're not running for nothing. They're not trying to pass no laws. They're not presenting nothing. They're not doing none of that. And I find it crazy that in these black LGBT people, they started allying with the white ones, right? And they got things passed. Obama, fast forward Obama. Obama was like, hey, these niggas work hard for it. Let's give it to them. And he gave it to them. And they deserve it because they worked for it. They worked towards it. They put their resources together. But us, regular niggas, no, they ain't gonna do that. They just gonna be sitting there complaining and bitching and moaning. But this thing with the gender dysphoria and stuff and the kids, like, yeah, it says that they don't give them hormones right off the rip. They give them puberty blockers if it's bad enough. Like they really hell bent on this, so it could cause the child to maybe want to kill themselves because they're not comfortable in their skin. People have depression and all type. That depression shit's serious.
Hold up. But check this out, Killer. Check this out, because I want to chime in over what the brother was talking about, right? And okay. he was like, you know, it's always a red flag when you hear people talk about like when they're like black, white, you know what I'm saying? Like whenever they are like stuck on the color code, right? Because it kind of and I think, you know, to the brother's discredit, he hasn't watched a lot of your shows, you know what I'm saying? So he doesn't know that you've already covered a lot of the things that in the areas that he was going with, you know what I'm saying? As far as like the justice of it all. I think that if people was really like in tune, instead of just like popping on with the things that you're bringing out, they'd understand like you're not about a color code or about any of that. You just be bringing out the truth, you know what I'm saying? And that it messes up their brain because they hate to see that they've been brainwashed for so long on a certain level of thinking. Like right when they think that they free from one level of thought, you always bring out something that make them realize, oh man, I'm still caught up in that, and they hate it. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that it's crazy because I hear him talk about like, you know, like his red flag for me, he was like, man, the white man this, the white man that. Whenever you hear a brothers always start talking like that, oh man, it's a wrap because they already got sucked in. You know what I'm saying? Like, yep. and then he had the nerve to say, yeah, I got mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, okay, I got mine. I got houses in the States. I got this and that. But you're using the same methodology that the so-called white man is using in order to get that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, and I hate to make a so-called Hebrew Israelite, you know, be right and exact, but there's a lot of things in the things that they say about, you know, being, you have to, like, because people got to understand like the principalities of things, like the principle of things, that the principle of things is that, yes, black people did sell black people into so-called slavery. Yes, white people did sell white people and black people into so-called slavery. No, don't want to talk about that, right? Yes, Native Americans did have slaves and sold their own into slavery, and black people and white people into slavery. So the thing is, people are so simple-minded, they can't let their mind go free and realize that everybody done fucked up, right? Like they can't even understand that everybody fucked up. You know what I'm saying? They got to be stuck to being like, you know, they can't realize that their only nation that it really exists is the nation of truth. You know what I'm saying? Like the only nation that really exists is the nation of truth. So, you know, I just wanted to add that into with a brother, because it's like, even though you don't get a lot of listeners sometimes you get a lot of listeners and viewers, you always got them ones that come on that always want to be like, man, the white man did this. The white man, if you want to break it down like that, the so-called white man is only using the things that he got from so-called black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you really want to break it down like that. But what does that expose? That exposes that a lot of the things that so-called black people been using over the years have been faulty. It has too many holes in it. It has too many ways of failing. So who's got what right? You know what I'm saying? We're not. He didn't even go into the capitalism part of the whole thing, which is where you were going. You know what I'm saying? Like, you was going in already building on that. You was going into like, okay, yo, this is a capitalistic structure. Man, why do we gotta have, if we're gonna call ourselves black people, why do we gotta have black people in a capitalistic system doing well, but why do we gotta be like, oh, that's a hotep black person? Why it gotta be like that? Or why is it gotta be a black person in there, period? Why can't it be this guy's about truth, or this girl's about truth, this woman's about truth, and doing things that's righteous? You know what I mean? So I think that just to do my little chime in, I think that when I was hearing him, because he kept acting like you was coming from some kind of way, and I get that, because a lot of the times it sounds like you're for the so-called quote unquote other side. A lot of people hear you, they're always like, oh man, he's coming, he must be for the other side. But they don't know how to dig deep, not even dig deep on the spot, and realize, what bigger part that they played in it. Or if they do, they ain't willing to talk about it on air. You know what I'm saying? So
they realize I've been where a lot of them at and trying to get to. I already been there.
Exactly.
Like, that's in the past for me. Like I don't went by that already. Like he's back up in here. I want to let him know he's talking about ignoring Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was a piece of shit. He didn't do nothing for niggas. Okay. Marcus Garvey.
Yeah. I'm gonna splash out soon though. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I hear you. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to change my location. Everybody's sleeping. It's not be too loud. So regarding to this other brother, like, I guess, I don't know, man, behind someone's back, it's easy to talk when that person's not available to defend themselves. So I'm gonna defend myself. First of all, I said it before, I'm not anti-white.
Hold up.
I want to defend myself, brother. You just talked about me, so let me say.
Hold up. Before you start jumping in and talking about behind your back, it ain't even no behind your back.
I wasn't here, so it's behind my back.
What you talking about? You was listening. You
could have came through there and the entire time. All right, anyways.
Exactly.
First and foremost.
Hold up though, because you came on with that energy, right? You just came on with that energy. So we're gonna address that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody talking behind your back. We're just discussing what you brought up. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So let me say this. First of all, I never ever said I was anti-white. I'm not anti-white. I'm not this, that, blah, 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 blah. I use an American passport wherever I go. I have to. Okay, that's the first and foremost. Do I see a distinction between us and them? Yes, I do. They made it very clear, not me. Okay? I grew up in the 1980s, 90s, so probably was one of the freest generations that we had. I used to ask my daddy why he didn't trust white folks. My daddy is a war veteran for the Vietnam era. My daddy told me because he grew up in the kind of the village areas in the South, and they thought they was better than him when he was growing up. Okay, so that's to be clear.
Yeah.
It wasn't me. It's not me that makes the distinction. Limit between white folks and black folks.
Hold on. Now, I want to just see what you say. You talking about you grew up, you were bad and stuff. You didn't trust white people and all that stuff because certain situations, right? Now, you see people today, you see black people and white people doing the same thing. And black people who was done to, they're trying to do it to somebody else. I tried to show you.
Wow. What are you talking about, brother? You keep cutting out. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is the same thing. That was a minute ago. The world didn't change like 720 from that.
Hey, can you clarify what he's saying, man? It's getting really choppy on my end.
Now, me and you, Josh, and stuff, our time is over. What you think about this don't be shit. Because guess what? The 15-year-old, the 14-year-old, they're the future. What they think matters. What they think matters. And people want money. When I was 14 years old, I'm back to what the things that I thought was right. And I was right. And I got in that dumbass coat, mixed my head all up and shit, and now I'm right back to where my head was. We have in our head that youth are the future. You know what I'm saying? The youth is going to improve the world, not you. They waiting for you to die. They waiting for me to die. They waiting for Josh to die. So they don't have to hear none of that dumb shit that we talk.
Well, what are we talking about that's dumb? What are we talking about that's dumb?
Hold on. I'm trying to stay on the level of the youth. Because the youth is what matters. With all this racist shit, that shit on the way out of here. Young kids don't even give a fuck about that shit. If I go to the basketball court right now with a bunch of black kids and one white kid, and I say, yo, that white boy can't ball, them niggas don't want to jump. In the 1980s, they'll be but here in 2012, it's a totally different moment. And once you talk about Marcus Garvey was a piece of shit. And he didn't even give a fuck about black people.
Brother, you missed my point. You missed my points, brother. Like, seriously, man. Like,
you mentioned Garvey, so we have to talk about them. Panthers, the Black Panthers supported the LGBT community. They fought.
Okay, but you're missing my point. My point was that you were giving an example of some guy, some white guy, apparently some angel, something that was building up communities in New York City. And I was saying to you, that's what black folks have been doing, and we have on record black folks that were doing that were sabotaged by U.S. intelligence agency. And I'm not a Black Panther. I'm not none of these guys, brother. I'm not an Afrocentrist. I'm not Hotep. I'm not any of these things. You understand what I'm saying?
By the government. Who? You made a statement. I asked you a question. Who the government sabotaged?
I can't hear you. I can't hear you, man.
People that you said the U.S. intelligence sabotaged. What is the goal of the FBI? What does the FBI what are they here for? So you telling me that the United States is supposed to sit back and let a bunch of crazy take over this country and destroy what this country is about? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Let me answer this. As long as the United States acknowledges that there are multiple nations within one nation, and it has no choice to give all of those nations their shot at representation, which it didn't do. Let me continue, Brian. Let me continue. The whole point is, yeah, it's on record. The FBI sabotage. I don't know if the FBI with that Garvey's issue, but they sabotaged the shipping line, man. It's on record. I learned that stuff by reading. Okay, but Hey, bro, I'm gonna answer you. I'm gonna answer you because if it's in America for all people, for liberty and prosperity for all people, then and a group of people is not seeing that.
Garvey didn't believe in the Constitution.
No, what I'm saying, bro, come on. I'm saying no. What I'm saying is that those Garvey in that time, Malcolm X in that time, they didn't see that promise. Like I said, it was the 1980s when we started to see, we really started to see that. But we're that generation of spoiled kids that grew up, you know what I'm saying, with what you're talking about, post-integration. You know what I'm saying? After the schools integrated.
Stuff was beneficial to black people.
That's recent history. That's recent history.
Right. It does it. No way. What did they do? What did they do? They didn't do black people. Nothing.
Who did nothing?
Malcolm X didn't do shit for niggas. Motherfucking the Black Panther Party didn't do shit for niggas. Marcus Garvey didn't do shit for niggas.
Are you sure? Because it's from what I see, the Black Panthers were doing stuff, and that's probably why the FBI, I can't remember what it was called, but the Office of something, the OSS or whatever, was. So why would the FBI set up Fred Hampton to have him killed if he wasn't doing something?
It is the plot and the fucking kill motherfuckers and shit.
For what?
Just like a Hebrew Israelite, a plot to kill all the white people in the United States.
But you can't be very. Well, I'm gonna say this. Brother. If you have an IQ that's, let's say, I don't know, above room temperature, then you cannot possibly believe that black folks, who are probably the most loyal demographic in America throughout the entire history of the country, are going to go out all of a sudden and start massacring white folks. And brother, you cannot possibly stand on that argument. You can't die on that hill, bro, because it is not true. It doesn't matter what you say. The white folks that we roll with, yes, I'm not a racist, but we're Americans and we have to identify with them. They have killed more people in the history of the world than damn near anybody. Okay?
Who did?
White folks. White folks, man. White folks, dude. Huh?
What was his name?
No, man. Look, this is what I'm talking about.
So show me a fact. What do you mean? What are you talking about, bro? Show me a fact. Show me a fact of Africans getting genociding an entire continent of people, man.
Bro, you're only talking about.
Look at the research on.
Just to break it down, you're only talking about modern history, man. Like what we all learn.
Oh, just like you guys are doing, right? Just like exact same thing that you guys are doing, right?
No, because you're coming on here feeling you feel some kind of way because you're a hypocrite for one. Because you,
how am I a hypocrite?
I'm gonna explain it to you because you started off talking about how your dad was talking about some certain way about white folks, and you made it sound like your dad was in the wrong, or that you didn't want to pick up on that. But then now you're talking the same way that your pops was talking. So are you saying that your pops was wrong, or was your pops right?
Dude, can I qualify that? Okay, when I became a man, and I began to look at, yes, like you said, I got mine. But when I began to look at, I travel around the world as a nigga, and looking at the plight of most black folks in America, you know what I'm saying? And looking at the statistics on the wealth gap by race, and that's been constantly increasing since the 1960s. Look at all of the statistics. I say, yeah, my dad was right. There is something going on. It's not with my white neighbor. No, it's not my white neighbor. That's the problem. It's the white elite. Okay? It's the white elite.
But the thing is, though, here's the deal. Like, we're not saying that you're stupid. You know what I'm saying? So the deal is you can't be like you make. So
where am I wrong? Where am I wrong, bro? Show me where I'm wrong.
Listen where I'm going with this, though. You make a lot of blanket statements, right? And to the
so which one is wrong? Which one is wrong? Show me which one is wrong. I made one statement.
Like, you're making a lot of blanket statements, right? But so your topic of choice right now is white people, right? But what you're failing to neglect, what you're neglecting is you ain't discussing everybody else who ain't white that has a hand in it. You know what I'm saying? Like So where's that at? If you're so knowledgeable about all of this, why aren't you discussing none of that? And that's what I came here talking. Hold up. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. You're getting all defensive. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I haven't even talked about nothing. I'm just talking about you.
That's right. You're right. You haven't talked about nothing, brother. Talk about something, please.
See, there you go. There you go. See, there you go. There you go.
500,000 motherfucking people in Uganda. He killed 500,000 people in Uganda. Idi Amin killed 500,000.
500,000 people
were brought to the United States as slaves. And that many people was brought to this country as slaves. Idi Amin killed them in his own country. 500,000. He killed more Osama bin Laden. He killed more motherfuckers than Saddam Hussein. Put together.
That's a lie.
And have room for the slaves come here in America, into the United States.
Brother, go Google. Just go write this in Google. 2006 CNN Iraqi war death toll. By 2006, see how many people were dead in Iraq from the U.S.
Iraqi war, the first Iraqi war, only about.
Google it. No, Google exactly what I said. I'm freestyling off memory, but Google exactly what I said, man. Y'all are lying like hell with these numbers, man. These white folks came over and they not only. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth.
Look.
I'm telling the truth. Google it. Google what I said. Look at the death toll in Iraq after.
Bro, you're missing the whole point, yo. You're like focusing on one little fact, and you're missing the whole point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not in a little cult. I guess that's why I don't get the point.
What cult?
Yes,
because I don't see where the hell y'all are coming from. You said Idi Amin killed.
I know you don't. Okay, but you won't let no one explain nothing.
But you're on a pedestal saying Idi Amin killed 500,000 people. When I'm telling you that, okay, go into recent history for all the just in Iraq. We killed millions of people in 1 year.
Hold up, killer. All right, look, bro. I'm gonna just put it to you point blank. I'm gonna just ask you then, right? Since you got the answers right now. But check this out. So, according to you, the white person is the problem right now, right? What's the answer, bro? You gonna answer that?
Don't do that, bro. I'm not gonna say that white folks.
Bruh, you're saying it right now.
Hey, no, let me. You asked me.
Either you're gonna go with it, or what you? I mean, are you gonna talk?
Of course, what you gonna do? Because you're not gonna put me in. You're not gonna brand me with the same brush that they are. Okay,
bruh. I'm not doing that. I'm just asking questions.
Okay, let me answer. Let me answer you. I'm gonna answer you. Okay, I told you. I said it wasn't my white neighbor. Some of my best friends are white.
So what?
I'm telling you. No, what I'm telling you.
I already said what I'm asking you.
You asked me a question. I'm answering you.
I'm not done.
Okay, let me answer the question. That's all. Just let me answer the question.
I'm not done with the question, bro.
Well, let me answer one part. I'm a human, man. I don't got the best memory in the world. Let me answer that one part.
Okay, answer that part then.
Okay, I told you. I said it's the elite, and it's obviously the elites. Okay, obviously.
What's the elite? Please don't say
no. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't say it's like Senator. What is it? You probably California. Senator Feinstein that's selling a $41 million house on Lake Tahoe. It's those kind of people. Okay, those are the people.
Bruh. You moving the goalposts, bro.
No. You said white folks. I said no. It's not my white neighbor. It's not my white neighbor. It's not those folks. It's the elites. And you said, who is the elites? Who's the elites? And I gave you an example of an elite. A senator that's been the longest sitting senator that's selling a $41 million mansion. Okay? It's these type of folks.
Bro, hold up, killer. Because I'm just trying to break it down simply. This brother keeps moving the goalposts.
You asked a question, bro. I answered your question.
Okay, so cool. So let's continue the main body of the questions I've been asking since you answered one portion of it, right? So the portion of it, let's continue. So you said, because the whole time you've been talking, it's been white folks. That's all you've been saying, right? The whole time. So what I'm asking you is, because this is what I'm curious about, as far as listening to what you've been saying, is what's your solution? Hold up, before you answer, before you break that into like that's the end of the question, that what is your solution based on your success in a capitalistic system? What is your solution to the problem that you've been bringing up with the white folks? Exactly. That's a tough one.
Wait.
Think
No.
about it. Think
I'm
about it.
waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to shut up. That's why. That's
Oh,
not.
wait for me to shut up now,
That's
right?
not talking. That's not
You
talking.
wait for me to shut up now. So
Right.
I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
You asked
Go
a
ahead.
question. I'm gonna answer, bro.
I'm gonna shut up. As you say, I'm gonna shut up. So you go ahead.
All right. What's the solution? The solution is that black folks are gonna have, or whoever wants to. I mean, if y'all don't want to, y'all don't have to. You know what I'm saying? But black folks that want to be independent are gonna have to be independent. They're gonna have to be their own nation. Okay, that's the solution. It's simple as that. You look. Let me start. Let me qualify this. I've been living in the Middle East for like a long fucking time, like 10, 15 years almost. Okay, most of my adult life, from 20 onwards, has been in the Middle East. And I've been watching how folks over there be fighting for, like, for example, Kurds. They'll be fighting for Kurdish people to have their own autonomous state and shit like that. And it'd be American politicians, and it'd be American, whatever, their constituents, that's all jumping behind that shit. But no one is fighting for us to have our own independence. You understand what I'm saying? I don't got a problem with white folks. You know what I'm saying? They want to run their own thing, be with their own people and stuff like that. I got no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna go cry and say, "Oh, they're not letting me in their stores and things like that." I don't care, bro.
Okay.
I don't care.
So why can't
You know what
black?
I'm saying?
What's
So-
the problem?
Hold up,
What-
hold up, killer. Hold up. Let me ask one more. Let me do one more thread. One more. All right. So check this out, bro. Because I listened to what you just said, right? And you're like, okay, the solution is for black people to become a nation, right? That's what you said. Am I wrong?
Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying. Now.
Okay, so in all the different things that we've discussed or that has been discussed, how can black people successfully become a nation as black people?
Something gonna have to happen to America. I don't know.
So you don't know. So that's about hold up, killer. So that's your culmination right there, is that black people got to become a nation. And that hold up though, bro. Hold up. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not dissing you or nothing. I'm just telling you, man. We talking. So I'm asking you, if the answer is that black people become a nation, but you don't know how black people can become a nation, then what makes that difference than all the other things that have been brought forth in the past and all of the things that you even yourself brought up, right? How does that make that any difference? How does that make that any different? You know what I'm saying?
Brother, when the United States became a nation, was that planned? It wasn't planned. Did they know that they would end up being able to establish independence from Britain? No, they didn't know. That's my point, is that whenever something happens to America, those of us that want to do our own thing are going to do our own thing, and we're going to do just fine. Those of y'all that want to do whatever y'all want to do, cling into black imperialism. Let me say this. My motto is this: the biggest white supremacist is the black person, because we cry to white folks for everything. And like I said, man, no, it's true. We just got a holiday given to us by a group of white folks, and we're celebrating that stuff. Okay, the biggest white supremacists are black folks. Not someone like me. I compete with white folks. I'm equal with white folks. They're not inferior to me. I'm not superior. Bruh. You understand what I'm saying? But my point is this. My point is this: is that all through my life, and until it's 2021, and we're still talking about this shit. You know what I'm saying? All through my life, somebody been whispering and teaching me in school. I was educated by white folks. Okay, I talk like white folks. Okay, all through my life, people been telling me that I'm black and that they're white. Okay, and now I'm looking as a man. I'm looking at saying that, wait, we're supposed to be one nation. But if we one nation, how could one group of people have vacation houses and boats and all this stuff while leaving their fellow brethren at the bottom like this?
So what? You don't have no.
What do you mean so what? What do you mean so what? What do you mean so what?
Hold up, killer.
It's not so what. It's the truth. It's the truth. If we were one nation,
bro. So that goes back to the question I asked, though, bro. It goes back to the question I asked: is how is it that so-called black people can become a nation of black people? How is that?
Like I told you, I can't see the future. All I can see is that in a post-America, if America.
But hold up though. But listen to what I'm saying.
You asked my fucking question. And you don't listen to the answer.
No,
like,
but listen. Let me reiterate the question. So we're talking about a skin color, right? Black. Right?
No. We're talking. Okay. That's another thing. Because when we talk, the skin color is because that's what they call us. Or you think?
No, I know that. I know that.
I want to walk around calling myself black and then white?
Bro, hold up. You go like 10,000. You jump in light years ahead. Just bear with me, bro. Bear with me. All right.
Level, bro.
Okay, fine. Look, you're not talking about skin color, but whenever you say the word black, right? What is everyone's going to think of, player? You know what I'm saying?
First of all, I'm not black. My skin color is not black. I'm wearing a pair.
Of course not.
I'm brown.
So let's
revisit
the question though.
I'm qualifying it. Okay, I say it's because whenever I enrolled in university, I checked black. Whenever I applied for a job, I checked black. Okay,
Bruh.
That's the system they put in place. No, I'm not black.
So that's my point.
That's
my point, bro. So I hear your complaint. And I hear your qualification.
It's not a complaint. I'm not complaining. I'm not.
Well, you sound like you're complaining.
I'm sitting on a seaside property, getting ready to go to the skate park once everybody wake up. Nigga, I'm not complaining.
So then, what are you talking about so emphatically about then?
Because I'm telling you. It's like you're trying to argue. You're
telling me emphatically that you went to college and signed that you was black? Come on, bro. Why are you telling me that emphatically?
There is no substance behind anything that you've said so far to me. There is zero substance, brother. Zero substance, brother.
Bruh, because you ain't listening to what the question is. So listen. So why can't you just be 100 and say you don't got the answers instead of trying to make up all this shit?
Because then they close this channel down and say we don't got the answers. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. It's like
why are you even on here then,
brother? It's like
because you're a hypocrite.
I'm enjoying. No, brother, I'm enjoying this. I'm
enjoying this. No, you're not enjoying this.
I'm enjoying this.
Sound like you're enjoying it,
brother. I'm enjoying this. But it's like
then. So
we don't have the answers to this.
So be 100 then.
Nigga, I'm answering the question. You don't let me talk. I'm saying it's like what you saying. What you say is that everybody, we should just shut the fuck about everything. Just live in a fucking brave new world.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say
that. Because we don't have the answers. Brother, what I told you was simply this.
I'm talking about you.
And I gave you the answer if you listen to me. I gave you the answer. I said
a black nation.
I said if that country ever falls, yes, which it's not going to be forever. Okay.
So you said a black nation, so I ask you, how is it going to be a black nation?
I said we're gonna go and be the decision makers for our own fate, our own destiny, just like those folks did when they wrote the Declaration of Independence.
So is it going to be? So let
me say something. You've been asking me questions.
You've been talking.
You muted for a second. All that crazy shit. I ain't got time for that shit tonight.
Right. Go ahead, bro.
Right. Now, he wanted me to look up the deaths in the Iraqi war. 25 to 50,000 killed. Right? The Kuwait war, 4,200 people killed. What I said before, Idi Amin killed 500,000 motherfuckers.
Exactly.
Killed 500,000. Bro, that's not true. I gave you the exact thing to type into Google. CNN, Iraq.
Bro, what that screen say right there? What does that screen say? I'm the fat man.
Okay, this isn't
for a reason. Because I'm
that's not it.
I'm muted you. Don't hold on. Mute you again. If you speak over me again, I'm gonna inject you. I've been nice all night. I let you take my show and all in left field, way off the subject. I'm talking now, right? You made the point, and you said, well, what about the Iraqi war? Well, how many people died? Motherfucking 50,000. Idi Amin, an African. He ain't had no jets. He ain't had no goddamn tanks. He ain't had none of that shit. He killed 500,000 people, innocent people, 500,000. And you want to talk about the goddamn white man this, white man that? Niggas is doing shit like this all over the goddamn world, oppressing people. And you set your ass up here when I'm trying to do something good for people that deserve the rights that everybody got here in this country, the LGBT community. They should have a right to do what they need to do to make themselves happy in this country. If a motherfucker is born in one body and they feel like something else and the shit got them depressed where they might want to kill themselves or some shit, we should have anything. And if we ain't got it, we need to come up with something to solve the goddamn problem. Like
exactly.
I'm in my 40s. Josh Rob in 40s too, and you say you almost 40. What we
exactly.
say, all I can do is support the youth. That's all I can do. My time is over. Just like when that cult shit, the Bible said, when your ass 50 or some shit, you need to sit your motherfucking ass down somewhere.
Hey,
I hope young people come out here and talk. Welcome, Alexis, Casey Davis. Thank you for coming by. Even though this is a shit show today, I try to do something good. But, niggas don't know how to act. That's the problem. But we got the problems we got today. And they want to blame the white people and doing all this shit. The white people ain't on my show acting the fuck up.
Killer, check this out though. Check this out. When you try to put the ball in the dude's court, all he want to do is blame you. You know what I'm saying? Like, how crazy is that? You know what I'm saying? Like he set up on here talking about the benefits of a capitalistic system. Yet when you put the ball in his court, where's the answers at? If it's supposed to be a black nation, that's fine. Where's your answer? Since the capitalistic system has obviously worked for him, he should have a speaking point on that towards the black nation, but he ain't got the answers. You know what I'm saying? So hold up.
Can I respond? I'm gonna
hold up. No, you ain't gonna respond. I'm gonna respond right now because this is the things that I'm trying to get from you, but you obviously can't hold the dialogue enough to explain like these things. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that it's like this. Anywhere I go, if I'm in whatever job I'm in, even if I'm working for a corporation and I hold some sort of power, I'm going to do the best that I can to bring up the one who doesn't seem like he's going to be the one to do well in the job, right? And bring him up to a whole nother level. That's just what you're supposed to do, right? So the whole time, the whole questioning, the whole time I've been asking you these things, you're thinking that I'm being some kind of way. Nah, I want you to be talking about this, but you obviously can't do that. You want to put the blame on everyone asking you questions, talk about people ain't being substantial. But I'm giving you the ball. I'm giving you the court, and you ain't doing nothing, bro. You know what I'm saying? So what's the, you know what I mean?
So
that's why Killer B is cutting you off, bro.
No, you've been doing it all the time. I'm being nice. You've been doing it since the beginning.
I just want to respond to the Iraqi thing. That's all. I'll hop off.
It ain't no 500,000.
Okay, so I told you exactly what to write on Google. It was Iraqi death toll 2006 CNN. The first Google hit is a CNN article from 2006. War blamed for 655,000 Iraqi deaths. That's over 500,000. And that was my point. Okay, it was collateral damage because we invaded another country. Okay, that was my whole point right there.
What should say here? They ain't had probably that many people in the goddamn country.
Bro, I know Iraqi refugees that are living here in Turkey. I know Syrian refugees that are living here in Turkey, bro. It's disrespectful the way you guys are talking.
Yes.
Right,
now, how many people migrated to Turkey? We're not talking about Turkey.
But I just gave you the source to the link that's showing it's collateral damage. That's what I was saying in the very beginning. But it doesn't matter if it's collateral damage or if U.S. forces killed them. It doesn't matter. The fact is that we said they have WMDs. They didn't. We went in, destabilized the region, and now the region is still destabilized to this very day. Mm-hmm. Millions of people have died since then. That was 2006. Millions of people have died since then from the conflict that was started by the United States.
Because they can't take care of their motherfucking country. Corruption.
Wait, Babylon, Iraq, that was one of the most ancient civilizations. In fact, brother, let me say one more thing. I swear, I'm trying to respect you. if you Google, brother, if you Google the oldest castles in the world, talking about going back 4,000 years, it's going to be in Syria. The European castles are new. So that area was established. They've been doing fine. We got our writing, our literacy, everything from them.
What are you talking about, dude? You talking about ancient fucking Babylon? I'm talking about the 2000s.
Yeah, they were doing fine until some megalomaniacs came in and wanted to do whatever they did. That's the point. You don't gotta be rich to be happy, bro. You don't gotta be balling. You don't gotta be living the Western lifestyle to be happy, bro. What did white folks wasn't even living that Western lifestyle 200 years ago, bro? What are you like? What's
so all the broke niggas to shut the and just get food stamps to be fucking happy.
No, well that's because of what y'all are supporting, what y'all saying is the capitalist system, which I never mentioned capitalism until just now. Never mentioned until just now, by the way. But that's my point. I've been all over this world. And people are living happy on a couple dollars a day. That's my point. Everybody don't got to live by our standard to be considered a human. That's my point.
Right.
Rocky folks ain't got to be the cutting edge of military technology. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I'm not talking about this shit. We get back on topic. What up, nigga?
How you doing, man?
Women coming in the show, and y'all niggas, and this nigga fucking it up. Crazy shit. That ain't got nothing to do with the goddamn topic. Niggas just fuck up everything we got and get going.
Yeah, and then at the end,
hey, I was on topic, man.
Hold up, and then
rewind the video. I was on topic,
and then at the end, want to be talking about the same thing you talking about. Like, what kind of shit is that? What kind of shit is that? You know what I'm saying?
What up, Nagy?
Nothing much, man. Same as usual.
Shit crazy.
Nagy, what's up, man?
I'm good. How you doing, Josh? It's good to hear from you.
You too, man. How's H-Town treating you, man?
I'm not in Houston anymore. I'm in a different part of Texas, though.
There it is. Texas is big, baby.
Yeah, it is. Everything's bigger here.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, man. So what I was talking about tonight, Nagy, is I remember what you were talking about earlier, right? So I did some a little fact checking, right? And the children, after psychological evaluation and however they do, they test it and stuff to see how bad a child is going through the gender dysphoria, right? So they born one way, but their mind and stuff is saying that I'm this way, right? And it's sometimes you could grow out of it, but in some cases it's so severe that the child might not grow out of it. So what they'll do to keep the child happy or not deal with depression or be able to handle it or manage it is that the parent and the doctors have to agree on this. They don't still hand it out like they handing out Xanax and some shit, sleeping pills. They give them this so it stops puberty, right? Now, the puberty kid, when they stop it, now you can't take it for a long period of time. You can't just keep taking it. They said the longest you usually take it is 4 years because the side effects of it is your bone density. Like it can weaken your bones and it can enlarge. I think they say like the area or whatever like that they treat you with, like I guess when they inject you or whatever, however that goes. But after that, when a child becomes 16, he can take hormones. Now, this nigga done fucked my mind all up this shit. But I was saying, because they came out here, the motherfuckers come out here arguing right from the rip, right? Saying all types of crazy shit. Now, I use autism and Asperger's. Like, can you correct me if I'm wrong about this? That a person with autism could be, say, they could be 20 years old, but their mind could be that of a 12-year-old, right? And,
let me just deal with that real quick because there is some truth in what you just said, but what people don't understand is that it's a little bit different. Intelligently, someone could be 20 years old, but what would happen is their social ability would be at the level of a 12-year-old. So it's not it's a very weird situation, but that's just how it is. Some people are literally they have the social lives of a 12-year-old because they don't really interact with anybody or they
Right.
don't do it as well.
And now in society, some people might look at that in a negative way. Right? So say like, oh, he's playing with kids or something, and they might think it's something very negative and vile about this person, where it might could harm. They might just go try to harm that person, not knowing what is going on. You know what I'm saying? So the person, he should be allowed to live the way he is. He shouldn't be discriminated from it. In some cases, it could be treated. Some cases, I guess it can't be treated. But the thing what I was trying to say is that a child, that they don't give them this puberty blocker until they hit puberty. So from being born all the way up to 12 years old, I guess, this child believes that he's this gender and not the other one that he's supposed to be born with or whatever. So should that person have to suffer and go through like stress, anxiety, depression that might could harm themselves or something, or you know what I mean, and make this kid's life difficult? And the kid might grow out of it, but the kid might. Now, this child should have the right with the parent, and it's not like I want to let people know that they're not just giving this shit out. Like you have to be a valid. There's a lot of shit that you go through before you get accepted to do this stuff. So my thing is that people should have the right to be happy in this country. That they shouldn't have a right to. I mean, they shouldn't have to go through anything negative or go through any discrimination. Of course, there's discrimination in this country. We see it every day. Sometimes we don't even notice it. Sometimes we do it our damn selves. Like, you know what I mean? And we got to work on that. And we can't look at the government or people or community of people that are fighting to allow people to be happy in this country. Because that's what we're supposed to be in this motherfucker. I'll put the link back in there, Josh, if you want to come back in. To be happy in this motherfucker. So like this people that's like, nah, fuck that and stuff, and not understand like what's the, from what I read on this. I sent you this. I don't know if you got a chance to read it.
I actually did, but you know what really bothers me isn't so much this. It's the fact that I know that there's a percentage of people who after they go through this whole thing, they end their own lives. That's the unfortunate thing. And that's the part that I don't like. That's the part that I hate the most.
Now, I looked up some things on one site, and it was saying the rate of people. This is what the puberty blocker thing. Okay, all right, Josh, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. The puberty thing is that it's a small amount that come out of it or say, hey, I don't need this no more. Like in the not the success rate, but the positive result of the puberty blocker allows the child to be able to manage himself and not be worried about shit they shouldn't even have to worry about.
I mean, I guess I hope that's the truth. You know, part of me, part of me does want to hope that's the truth, but it's just I've heard so much that makes me not like it very much at all.
Yeah. Now it says like your hormones could be irreversible. Like, you know what I'm saying? The only way it could, like, there's been a lot of myths too about the hormones and the puberty blockers too. Like saying that if the person they take that and they want to have a sex change or whatever, that they, from the puberty blocker, it doesn't develop the parts and stuff to the where they're supposed to be. But I heard like once you stop taking it, the puberty thing kicks in, like it continues. But the hormones, it says like from the some of the changes can't be reversed, and you have to have surgery. So, of course, there's going to be some people that say, "Hey, I don't want to live like this no more," or "Hey, this has left my system. I want to be what I was born," or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's a subject, and the way people talk about it, like, I don't think people shouldn't have to really worry about it. People can have an opinion, but unless they're going through it, it shouldn't have any effect on somebody. Like, just like when they made gay marriage, like, shit, how the fuck is that affecting like me? Like, you know what I mean? I'm not married, but
yeah, I hear you. I hear you when you say that, but the thing is, there are people that are pushing this in bad faith, and they're trying to change the way it is. It's a mess. It's not a good thing, and I don't know. I just don't even like talking about it, but I just thought I'd jump on.
Yeah, I see what you're saying too. There's, I believe they got like an LGBT mafia, like, you know what I'm saying?
It's almost like that, almost. And there are people who aren't even part of any institution. They're just pushing this whole thing.
Right. Now that I agree on. That shit I agree on. Like there's people that will take and turn it into something else, almost like how black people with the black nationalist shit, where they want to take over the goddamn world with the shit instead of just doing you be happy and fucking do what the fuck you supposed to do with this motherfucker. Pay your taxes. They want to take over.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. It's just crazy. But I'd rather talk about those crazy black nationalists, to be honest. I'd rather talk about black nationalists being crazy and wanting to kill off all my people. That's how messed up it is. Shoot. That's got me messed up. I'd rather talk about that.
Yeah, I hear you. I try to do something good for the community. You know what I'm saying? I try to do sense and shit. And that shit, like, motherfuckers be like, I don't know, man. That shit crazy. I be trying and shit. But, like, a lot of the stuff, too, like, I do is to put a shot in the minds of these black nationalists, Afrocentric, crazy cult motherfuckers and shit. And shock their mind. Like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, let's talk about it. And okay, well, what's your facts behind it? That shit nasty. Like, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm like, nigga, like, you know what I'm saying? They say 450 something vertebrate animals or whatever have this trait. You know what I'm saying? They practice homosexuality. 450 animals. Like, got vertebrate, I guess mammals, I guess you could say. Mammal. What a vertebrate is vertebrate is more than a mammal and shit, right?
Yeah, it has a spinal cord.
Yeah, it has a spinal cord, but more besides mammals got a spinal cord. Wait, no. Yeah, all mammals got spinal cords, but there ain't nothing that's not a mammal that don't got a spinal cord, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. No.
Shit, I'm saying.
Well, well, reptiles do. Some reptiles have spinal cords, and I could get into it. I just know what it means, though.
Yeah, but it is a natural occurrence. Like, motherfuckers got dogs. Motherfucker, don't act like your dog ain't never hopped up on your leg, motherfucker, start going to town. Like a motherfucker get alive. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And they said even penguins, I heard before the show started, I watched this thing. It was saying like how there's a species of penguin that the motherfuckers got gay couples and want to go have an egg or some shit, and the two males will take care of the motherfucking egg and raise the motherfucking penguin, baby penguin and shit.
I mean, I completely understand that, but here's the one thing you won't see. You won't see any of these animals having marches throughout the jungle.
You right about that, boy. You right about that. Yup. Yeah, but yeah, that is a problem though. That's another show too. But yeah, like people like I said, like the LBGT mafia and shit, like motherfuckers want, like motherfuckers.
It gets nuts.
Guys.
It gets crazy, but yeah, I'll talk about it some other time, maybe on my channel. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, I'll catch you next time.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
All right. Take care, man.
Appreciate it. All right, let me finish this motherfucker up. This shit crazy. Yo. I can't even do goddamn motherfucker. All right, let's check this out. Yeah, I'll do this one. I apologize to the people and shit coming here and looking to get some educational and shit, and I get bombarded with nigger. Check this out. Puberty blockers make transgender teens feel better about themselves. A new study found that transgender teens who are prescribed puberty blockers want to take them and then later undergo hormone replacement therapy. A new study in the UK found that puberty blockers make transgender teens happier. And almost all the teens who participated went on to undergo hormone replacement therapy. Participant experience of treatment, as reported in interviews, was positive for the majority, particularly relating to feeling happier, feeling more comfortable, better relationships with family and peers, positive changes in gender roles. The study from the UK's NHS Gender Identity Development Services. Puberty blockers are hormones that delay the onset of puberty so that transgender teens, their parents, and their doctors can have more time to figure out a course of treatment before puberty starts changing their bodies in permanent, life-altering ways associated with their sex assigned at birth. Right? The medical treatment has become controversial, both in the US and the UK last year. I want to say something, this popped in my head. There's some YouTube celebrities out here that have transgender children. And I find it fucked up that they'll come on the internet and speak in disgust of people that live that lifestyle. And they have children that live that lifestyle. So should these people be allowed to even have their motherfucking kids? This is how they got, like they call it a DCF out here. Or come get your motherfucking kids and take them out of the house. Some kids are going to school and they can't tell the parents. The parents might sense it, but they're not going to say nothing. Like, you know what I mean? Or some might act violently to their kids. This depending on what type of religion they grew up in and culture. Some kids might show signs of that, and the parents pick up on it, and the kid might go to sleep and don't wake up permanently. You know what I mean? So, this could be a child's safety issue also. A lot of people it's I wouldn't say it's accepted, but it's not pushed. Like, say like a child comes out that way and the parent or the uncle or the grandmama and shit, they might not approve of it, and they just let him go ahead and just do what he's doing. And as long as he don't get a little crazy where it makes them super uncomfortable, you know what I'm saying? But I'm sure behind closed doors, like we all see that play out in society. We might have neighbors, we might have family, relatives and stuff like that. But we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. And the abuse that these children could go through. Say, you know, behind closed doors, like, you know what I mean? The child might be getting abused, or the child is getting verbally abused to the point where the child is becoming depressed and might think about taking their life. I believe that should be, I don't want to say monitored, like government all in your family business and shit, but it's a concern that that sector of government and shits are taken into consideration, like too. But that's with anything and stuff, they handle that. But yeah, I guess you could say it doesn't matter when your gender or sex or anything for bad things that happen to kids. Like parents just do fucked up shit to kids, and that's, I don't know. Some of these people don't deserve to have their motherfucking kids. What brainstorm at? That's what I want to know. Let me hit up on Facebook. Might be doing something. In the U.S., state Republican lawmakers across the country have introduced bills to ban puberty blockers for minors, calling them a form of child abuse. Conservatives in the U.S. frequently make the opposite argument of their British counterparts. They say that teens who take puberty blockers may not be transgender as adults, and therefore they're undergoing an unnecessary medical intervention. Right. Previous research has shown that teens who wanted puberty blockers and got them were at much lower risk of suicidal thoughts for the rest of their lives. New study published in journal PLOS ONE involved 44 teens, both boys and girls, with persistent gender dysphoria who were between 12 and 15 years old. The teens underwent a course of gonadotropin, releasing hormone analogs, a puberty-blocking regimen. The hormones are not intended to reduce gender dysphoria, but keep it from getting worse. See, like, when you start to read, like, what these things do, it paints a different picture than what the public and the society says what it is. Like how I address the people when I first hit the button. They come in here, like, they don't know any information on this shit. They're going off their religion. Completely. We got one nut talking about the goddamn Democrats and all types of crazy shit. Democrats have done great things for people. Oh, I had something to bust his head open on this Democrat thing. Oh, Negi. I should have made Negi, should have asked Negi to break that down about the Democrats that he did on his video, well, on the KKK, dispelling some myths and stuff. It's weird. A lot of this political stuff is just like the QAnon thing. It's just like the cults and the Hebrew Israelites and everything else. It's no different. Most of the teens reported, okay, all right, I say the researchers followed the teens up to 3 years and found that 43 of them went on to get hormone replacement therapy at age 16. One teen dropped out of the study. Most of the teens reported that the puberty blockers had a positive effect on them, which included feeling closer to their families, feeling more accepted, and having fewer arguments. A few reported negative side effects like mood swings and low energy levels. But none of the teens who stuck with the study wanted to stop the puberty blocking treatment. The study found that the teens' bone development slowed down due to the puberty blockers, but the researchers expected that development to continue as normal after they stopped taking them. But because people who oppose transgender youth are looking for reasons to oppose gender-affirming medical care, an anti-transgender British tabloid, Daily Mail, used this headline to describe the study. Puberty blockers given to children wanting to change gender at controversial NHS clinic impair height, growth, and bone density. Data reveals. What the fuck is this shit? Vegan influence says coming out as animal rights activists is less selfish then coming out as queer. Wow. Okay. So here. I wanted to read on the whole. Where is it? Where is it? This is a good article too. All right, here we go. Equality Act. We're not doing nothing for black people. We need to do nothing for them niggas. We need to do shit. You've been here all this goddamn time. What up, JD? You missed it. Oh, the whole fucking shit show. These fucking weird ass motherfuckers coming up on here. People just can't come up in here and have a goddamn conversation. Shit crazy. Make all of us look crazy. Make me look crazy. What about Equality Act? Debate gets wrong about gender sex. Eddie Hill, I know you Christian and shit. I want you to chime in on this. Let me go over this thing real quick. It says some lawmakers have pushed back on the anti-LGBT demonstration bill. You know what? Let's skip over that and just read the. One side of Capitol Hill hallway is pink and blue flag, a symbol of transgender pride. Directly across is a sign that says there are two genders, male and female. Trust the science, right? But we put up our transgender flag so she can look at it every time she opens the door, right? Tweeted Republican Mary Newman, who has a transgender daughter. Thought we put up ours so she can look at it every time she opens the door. Tweeted Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Their dispute is a microcosm of a larger debate over the Equality Act, a Democratic proposal to prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Newman supports the bill and Greene opposes it. Supporters say the Equality Act provides overdue anti-discrimination protection for LGBT Americans who in many states can be denied housing and access to other services based on their identity. Some opponents say that the proposal infringes on the rights of faith-based organizations, right? Now, I wanted to say this real quick too. I heard that the state of California has put a ban on funding government, I guess, officials in their travel to non-LGBTQ what's the word I'm looking for? The ban to travel on non-LGBTQ friendly states. So I guess if they're not going to pay for, I guess, one of their officials or whatever to go to these states. I guess that's how that's going on, which I believe is something that's cool. I think it pushes equality, and it's something that could have been done for, I guess, black people back in the day, and stuff like that. And people, so let's say today, states that some problems with the police or something, and that states can put, like they do with countries, they put what's the word? What's the word that when they said, like, we're not gonna fuck with y'all, we're not gonna buy nothing from you, or like, know what I mean? We're not gonna do this and stuff for you. We're not gonna buy your goods, or you're not gonna be able to import it to our country. That's a good way to, you know what I mean, twist the arm of some people to pass laws. So our neighbor Mary Newman wants to pass the so-called Equality Act to destroy women's rights and religious freedoms. Thought we put up ours so she can look at it every time she opens the door. Let's see what this thing is. I hope it don't jump. That's ignorant as hell. I look at that as I can see on the other side they got that flag there, right? Now the flag, let me see something. That American flag there too. But I feel her statement is very distasteful. I feel if it was another subject, people wouldn't like that as much. If it was a racial thing, people wouldn't like the way she did that. I feel that's very distasteful. I think they could have did that another way to get their point across. Tried to block the Equality Act because she believes prohibiting discrimination against trans Americans is disgusting, immoral, and evil. And these are the same things they said about black people during the civil rights era. Thought we put our transgender flag so she could look at it every time she opens the door. I didn't mean that happened. Much of the political debate has centered on gender identity, particularly Green's notion that there are two genders. However, check this out. However, public health agencies, doctors, biologists say science is clear. Gender identity goes beyond male and female. Sex is a biological term. Gender is a social construct, says Ignacio Moore, a biological science professor at Virginia Tech. In other words, gender can vary with society and culture. The belief that there are only two genders is an oversimplification. And what science really tells us is that it's more complicated, says Dr. Jason Rafferty, a clinical assistant professor at Brown University. What's in the Equality Act? The Equality Act, which passed the House largely along party lines, would amend the 1964 Civil Rights Act by prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Right? I thought the shit already said that. Look, it would amend it, but I don't know. I thought the act already said that shit. Maybe I was wrong. The Equality Act would supersede the 1993 Religious Freedom Restoration Act, a law intended to protect religious practices from government interference. The U.S. Supreme Court decided in 1997 that the federal law did not apply to states, prompting some states to pass their own version of the law. If the Equality Act became law, private businesses that are open to the public, including retail stores like bakeries and flower shops, would not be permitted to deny service to LGBTQ people by claiming it violates their religious beliefs. The bill applies to employment, education, housing, credit, jury service, public accommodations, and programs that receive federal funding. Now, that's interesting, right? Let me go look and see what you're saying in the chat. Hey, Brainstorm, there you go. Yeah, you missed the whole shit show. Definitely missed it. Where's JD Hill? JD Hill, so oh, I'm sorry you're feeling bad. I hope you feel better. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh man. Oh, hopefully my show will make you feel better. Yeah, I try. But this is interesting. Programs that receive federal funding. So this could be the nail in the coffin for Hebrew Israelite groups. I could be wrong. Neggy, if you're still watching, this could be, if we vote this in, if the people vote this in, this could be an end of the goddamn ISUPK, IUIC, and all the other weirdos, right? This could put it to an end, Neggy. If this thing passes, well, actually, I know if it's just for them. But anyway, it should already be an in for their asses. They got 501c3 certification. Now, goddamn, I had a whole bunch of motherfuckers in here before. I got one motherfucker up in here. Goddamn. Now, so that means a person that's gay, lesbian, transgender, bi, whatever, right, can join the ISUPK. And if not, there'll be a motherfucking lawsuit. So they won't be able to refuse them. Am I right or wrong? I don't know. I could be wrong. Yeah, just you. All right. So it says, State Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said he would bring the legislation to a vote on the Senate floor, and President Joe Biden promised to sign the Equality Act. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi speaks the Equality Act. Scientists say there aren't only two genders. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has a list of terminology associated with sex and gender. Acknowledging the terms and definitions may change over time. Gender refers to the cultural roles, behaviors, activities, and attributes expected of people based on their sex. According to the CDC, gender is not assigned at birth. It derives its meaning from the society in which one lives. This is science. For all y'all people talking about, they got primary source, nigga. Like, in, know what I'm saying? The goddamn scientists is saying it. Human nature is diverse in many ways that goes beyond simple biological and anatomical differences between people. And we are coming to understand that gender is such a characteristic that can be both complicated and personal. A person's gender identity may be masculine, feminine, a combination of both, or neither. And it may shift over time. Right? There's some people like non-binary. I believe that's what Will Smith kids, I believe they consider themselves non-binary. I think, if I'm not mistaken. Where you're not either. You don't feel that you're either. Male or female. Cisgender is a term used to describe someone whose gender aligns with the sex they were assigned at birth, such as biological males who identify as men. There are numerous other ways for people to describe their gender identity, including non-binary, individuals who identify as neither a man or a woman, and transgender, individuals whose gender differs from the sex they were assigned at birth. The February Gallup poll found that 5.6% of U.S. adults identify as LGBTQ, and 0.6% identify specifically to transgender. Gallup noted that those numbers could underestimate the actual population, as older adults may be less likely to identify as LGBTQ. So, you know, a lot of people, they don't come out and stuff, right? So the population could be higher. So this thing can't be not because the people are here. It's not like saying that fucking we got to give goddamn Eskimos that live in America these special rights. There's probably like 1.02% of Eskimos that live in the United States. You know what I'm saying? So it's something needed. Sexual orientation is often conflated with gender identity and sex, says Karen Parker, director of the Sexual and Gender Minority Research Office at the National Institute of Health. But all three categories are distinct. The sexual orientation primarily relates to identity, attraction, and behavior, she says. Sex is not the same as gender. The World Health Organization says sex refers to the different biological and physiological characteristic of females, males, and intersex persons, such as chromosomes, hormones, and reproductive organs. One might think that sex is a trait with only two biological possibilities. But medical research and first-hand accounts indicate that strictly male and female sex characteristics are not the only outcomes. The biological sex of humans is partially determined by the configuration of chromosomes, a long strands of DNA that contain the genetic information of an organism. If you're born with two X chromosomes, your biological sex will most likely be female. Biological males typically have one X and one Y chromosome. An intersex girl photo of victory. An intersex girl points to her baby photo. Huh. I wonder how intersex like work. Like if you don't identify as either, so what does that mean? Like you do both, or like that's weird. If somebody in the chat know that, let me know. I might have to look that up in a little bit. I don't know how that actually works. Sometimes there's a discrepancy between someone's sex assigned at birth and their biological physiological. Y'all see what it says. In physical characteristics, intersex is a term that used to describe any variation of sex characteristics, which can sometimes be related to chromosomes and hormones. Moore offered some examples that could result in someone being intersex. People with Y chromosomes that lack a specific gene that can, now, what I'm reading now throws out all that shit these niggas was talking about earlier. Like Moto, when you talking about the chromosome and all that shit, you didn't throw that shit out of the way. People with testes that do not descend, this is what I was talking about. People with testes that do not descend into the scrotum can develop and identify as females. People with testosterone levels typical of the biological male, but who lack the receptor for the hormone can develop and identify as female. With these factors in mind, Moore said, I think it becomes clear that an individual's sex is not necessarily binary as factors can conflict. Estimates for the proportion of babies who are born intersex range from 0.18 to 1.7%, depending on how intersex is defined. Nature tried how to categorize them, says Alice Dreger, a bioethicist who has researched differences of sex development. Nature doesn't tell us who counts as male, who counts as female, and who counts as intersex. We draw those lines. The misunderstanding of gender identity and sex deserves clarification, experts said, because LGBTQ Americans, particularly youth, face more adverse health outcomes from other Americans. The big thing to remember is that it's not just politics, right? I already read that thing. That was fact. That was false. Let's see. I see you saying something. My daughter as well. No, I take that back. She is pan, not non-binary. I think you could go either way. Okay, let me look up. Let me read it. I'll play this real quick.
Hi, my name is Mark Daniels. I'm a pediatric endocrinologist at Chalk Children's Hospital. I'm the division chief, and I'm overseeing a new program called Gender, Puberty, and Sex Development Program at Chalk. Gender is the sense of self, of who one is in the world that we live in. And so gender really is not defined by what you look like or what your body looks like. It's who you are inside. Gender dysphoria is the sense that there is some distress or stress related to the fact that how you see yourself is not how the rest of the world sees you. And that can lead to anxiety and depression. So it's the dysphoria is when your understanding of who you are does not match with what the rest of the world sees. Sometimes people do not feel that they are the same gender as what their sex at birth was.
Now you see how that can cause a problem with a child. And people are forgetting about the development of the child. Not only the physical, but the mental development of the child. So y'all know the kid that was in school that didn't have no friends. Y'all had that weird kid that went to school. We had a kid and shit that is weird as fuck. Like we don't even know where he is, but we figured he'd grow up to be a serial killer. When we was kids, like he's off. Like, you know what I mean? Like I had a kid that used to go on the railroad tracks and pick up the bones of animals that got hit by trains. He would go pick up the vertebrae and stuff, or dead raccoons or possums or whatever, right? And make necklaces out of the shit. Like, I know another kid got picked on. He would get beat up every single day. I used to make fun of him. I was older. I was in my 20s and shit. I'm like, damn, you let these motherfuckers whip your ass every day. He would come in the restaurant I used to work at with his shirt ripped up. It looked like he would come in and look like somebody raped him. Like his shirt be all ripped and stuff. Like, nigga, like, you let motherfuckers do this shit to you? But he was a good kid. He was a really good kid. And people just picked on him. Like, he lived in that side of town where mostly black people lived at. He was the only white kid. Like, you know what I mean? And they used to just beat him up just for fun. He was different, like, you know what I mean? And it took a toll on him. One day I saw him in the library reading books on witchcraft. I'm like, yo, what the hell you reading? Black magic? He said, yeah, these motherfuckers not gonna fuck with me no more. Right? You know what I'm saying? That stuff could take a toll on a child's mind, make them want to hurt themselves, or grow up to be a certain way that's not beneficial to the rest of society. That person might grow up to be robbing and killing people. That person might grow up to be abusing children, abusing his wife, or abusing her husband. You know what I mean? So, and y'all know this, like the whole bully thing, like that big bully thing that got real big in school and stuff that's now. And people my age look at that as stupid. Like they started a thing out here years ago, like maybe probably 10 years ago, I guess, where kids that play Little League Baseball, right? There's no winners. Oh, like, what the fuck you mean there ain't no winner? There's no winners. You're like, nah, everybody having fun and all this stuff. I'm like, nah, the niggas gotta win. So they got the coach during the games, like they got an adult pitching the ball, like, you know what I mean? And I was like, yo, this shit corny as hell. When we was a kid, we were playing baseball for real. We was throwing curveballs, knuckleballs, all that stuff. I was hitting that ball and shit to the next goddamn backstop, all that shit, like, right? And the kids now, like, you know what I mean? It's almost like they babying. But now I don't see it. I don't see the Little League teams doing that now. I don't know. They still might do there's no winners thing, but I think they're playing real. They're back to playing real ball. But I only observed that for about 3 years probably. But some things could make kids develop different. This from their experiences. Just like they said, some children might grow up to be a certain gender because of what happened to them. You know what I mean? Some children might be abused and find out, I don't like women. My mother used to beat me. Or I don't like men and shit. My dad used to beat me. Or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? There's all different types of things. It's not just only this thing you're born and the child feels they're born this way. It could be other things. It could be drugs. There's people that does so many drugs and shit, fuck their mind where they think they're a woman now. And vice versa. You know what I'm saying? I've seen that shit myself. Like, motherfucker, they was regular person. And all of a sudden, they something else. But, you know, that's some shit they could have been hiding their whole lives or something like that. And, you know what I'm saying? We know these people are heavy drug users, and we just see it play out like that. So I don't really know exactly. But it's a sticky situation. And people got to be more compassionate with people. And they're not. And these people that are begging for their acceptance, and like when I say for their acceptance, I mean I was gonna come out straight. This how these niggas that come up on here, right, and say, "Oh, fuck the LGBTQ community and shit. What about black people?" Well, nigga, like, you know what I'm saying? Should you help these people? Help your motherfucking self. Maybe you should take a lesson from it and see how you make your situation better. Right? And these are real problems. The problems we got in the black community ain't regular. The things that they call a problem ain't a motherfucking problem. I'll put it like that. Maybe I could be saying that shit wrong. Like George Floyd. Right? George Floyd is like Jesus Christ right now. Right? To me, George Floyd is a piece of shit. Y'all might get mad at me saying that shit, but I was saying that shit from the beginning. Before the trial started, when that shit, the first day that shit happened, I was like, fuck that. No, I'm lying. I supported George Floyd. I said good things about George Floyd. Y'all can go back on my channel and watch it. I said some cool things about George Floyd, of who George Floyd could have been. I wasn't wrong. What I said. But as I started to watch it, I'm like, nah, this nigga a piece of shit right here. Right? And we turned him into Jesus Christ. So the problem wasn't with the police. Well, what the man did was wrong. And he paid the price for it. Right? He should have got longer. But he didn't. Right? So that's the end of that. But those things, like I said, it's the decisions. So George Floyd caused that shit on his own. He driving around fucking trying to pass off fake bills to people. Getting high. You know what I'm saying? More people have addiction problems. It's a problem, right? And people need help for it. And they should be more funded to help people on drugs and shit, right? But George Floyd had about 20 opportunities to live that day. So the problem with a cop shooting a motherfucker and shit, 9 times out of 10, that motherfucker a criminal. And our priorities is fucked up where we out to protect the criminal and say nothing about the innocent. What about the little boy, Cody, that got shot by Ryan Nigel? And I think that was at Michigan or something that happened. Shot the little boy in the arm for getting his bike out of his, leaving the bike in his yard. Now, I got neighbors that do shit like that. Like they older now. But that shit used to drive me fucking crazy. I can understand what Mr. Nigan probably felt, but the nigga took it overboard and shit, and he fucked up for that shit. He could do a zillion years for it, right? But now, they said it was a repeated problem, right? Now, the parent, and now y'all heard me say this shit on my show. Y'all heard, I know I'm taking that shit in left field right now. Y'all heard me say this about my parents, about the ball, when the ball going over the fence into the other yard, right? I don't go take my ass to that backyard, go get that ball. I go knock on the motherfucking door. I go knock on the door. Now, and if my parents catch me in that backyard and I didn't knock on the door, that's my ass. My parents also taught me not to leave my bike on people's property. Now, I couldn't even leave my bike in my front yard. You got a place to put your bike. When you get off that bike, you put that bike where it's supposed to go. Don't put it in the driveway. None of that shit. Right there, where we tell you to keep your bike, that's where you put it when you done with it. You don't leave your bike nowhere. Right? But this child, the child should have been out there unsupervised anyway. He shouldn't have been out there unsupervised anyway. Now, if that man was known to be hostile to those kids, they should have been telling that kid, don't let me catch you over there in front of that man's house. If I got a neighbor on my street that cussed me out as a little kid, right? With some shit I probably did, right? My parents, don't let me catch you down there by that house no more. Right? They might go say something to the man or whatever. If they say something to me, guess what? I won't be in front of that man's house no more. Know what I'm saying? So it's decisions. And you have to protect your kids. A lot of parents want everybody else to protect their kid and like just ignore shit. This little nigga tromping down my fucking plants. You know how much money I pay for them flowers? And got some little shit running through my flower beds, destroying my flowers. They say, oh, he just a little kid. Keep your little kid the fuck out my yard. As simple as that. Right? He is just a little kid. It's not his fault. Guess whose fault it is? The parent. What the man do to the little kid is wrong. It's wrong. He can go tell the parent, yo, your kid running through my yard, destroying my plants and shit like that. No, now I'm not gonna say most black parents because that's not fucking true. But the demographic of people that we see have run-ins with the law, those type people, like fucking my neighbors, shit, I can't tell them shit. They throw trash out in front of the yard. There's trash outside every fucking day. Every fucking day. Drives me absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm the stupid motherfucker if I go out there and say, can you please don't throw any trash in front of my house? That should have turned into a fight. That should have turned into some other shit. Motherfucker might break in your house or rob you, some dumb shit like that. Some people you can't deal with. So you gotta look too at who you dealing with. Like, you gotta find some way to, you know what I'm saying? Like, all right, the kids is going in your driveway playing, riding their bikes in your driveway. But if the kid fall, they can sue you. They are on your property, right? And now you might lose your house or whatever, right? So you keep telling them they keep doing it. The parents not doing nothing to stop it. So what happens? You gotta find some way to curb the situation. You might have to spend money. You might have to spend money on a fence so they can't ride the bike in the driveway. You might have to keep your car parked in the driveway. Little things like that to diffuse the situation. I don't know, man, but people were bugged out. Let me finish what this man was saying. I know I took it left.
So those people can generally be considered transgender if they are considering themselves the opposite gender of what they were born, or gender nonconforming, which just means they're not meeting society's understanding and norms of what gender is. When someone is transgender, oftentimes the first question people ask is why? And the answer is we really don't know. It can be a mix of many different things, including genetics and culture, environment, but in truth, we don't have any test that we can do, such as a blood test or an x-ray. Many parents ask, how would I know if my child has a gender issue or is gender nonconforming? And the real answer is listening. The real answer is trying to understand when a child is expressing something, what that may mean to that child. So some children will, at a very early age, as soon as they can talk, will tell you that they're being told that they're a girl when they're a boy, or they feel like a boy, or vice versa. They're actually a boy, but everybody is calling them a girl or making them wear dresses. And this is actually oftentimes very distressing to a child. So that would be one of the first indicators to some families. Some kids are very private in that, and they can make it until adolescent or even adulthood without anybody knowing. So sometimes there's no way for a parent to know this. However, if a parent is clued in and gives a child a sense of safety and space to express themselves, children will often be able to give you hints and clues and maybe sometimes direct information that they don't feel like they're treated in the right gender for themselves. If a parent or a guardian starts wondering if their child has a gender nonconformity or is transgendered, the first thing they should do is try to understand where their child is coming from. I do want to say that this is not easy on anyone. It's not easy on the children. It's not easy on the parents, not easy on the siblings. It's something that we as a society are starting to understand more and more about, but is still very different than what our classic society has accepted. Once there's starting to be more information and ideas that there is a gender nonconformity or someone who is not following our typical gender ideas, then the family should really reach out to a medical professional like their pediatrician or to a counselor. The idea there is not to try to change the idea of the child or the mind of the child, that we can fix that issue, but really to offer a sense of safety and support to really be able to explore this a little further. So right now, our goal here at Chalk is to offer a comprehensive approach to children with gender issues and other issues. This will include medical care, adolescent medical care, therapy, counseling, and access to resources. Our goal here is to offer gender-affirming therapy. We want children and adolescents to actually feel comfortable in expressing who they feel they are, not what the world thinks they should
There
be.
you go. There you go. Anybody want to come up there and brainstorm? You see that? And this is another thing too, because you know we got the boogie eaters that came up in here earlier. Now, how many of them children might have that and not address it? Now, you hear the man say they got the program, they got the counseling, they got therapy, got all this shit to help your ass. How many of these parents will go and seek, like, all right, you got a child and child's a girl and she starts acting like a boy. Years ago, I guess 80s and stuff, the kid known as a tomboy. You know what I mean? Little girl known as a tomboy. She was always out there playing with the boys. Everybody, y'all heard that. Y'all grew up in the 70s and shit. Y'all heard that. She's a tomboy. Right? She like playing with the little boys and stuff. But that I guess that's a little different. But when a child actually, I guess, is acting out like a boy or whatever, wants to wear women's things and play with dolls and stuff, and child take kid to the doctor. You see white Americans taking care of the situation. I'm not saying all of them. Ones that got sense. Because I know a lot of black kids I grew up with needed psychiatric help at a young age and never received it. And now we reaping the benefits of it by them staying on the street corner, ready to rob us, carjack us, and all types of other crazy shit. When some of these things you can't speak. I spoke about this the other day when I Brainstorm was there. I was telling you about like the people I grew up with and all the deaths I've seen and stuff, young adults and stuff. One of those, the one that got shot, right? He was one of those people that really needed medication and help. The younger brother, I guess, I learned that he was on medication like earlier, so like he was kind of favored. So You know what I'm saying? He got the help that he needed. I didn't know he was doing all that shit. Like, you know what I mean? But later on, I found out stuff about that. But the other brother, like, he was the black sheep. He had severe issues. I mean, you couldn't even talk to him. You are on eggshells just speaking to him because you never know which way the conversation gonna go. It could be as easy as, yo, you want to go to New York? Well, I'm like, nah, I ain't going to New York. Well, I'll fuck your ass up and shit, you punk motherfucker. You got to deal with shit like that. Like, know what I'm saying? And that's somebody that got issue in. And a lot of black parents, they're embarrassed or they feel that they don't need this. Just like you see, what was the movie where the dude can't get right or whatever. The dude, he obviously has some issues and nobody addressed the thing. They just know he just that way. And they're going to let him be that way. The police shooting that was in Philly recently. You know what I mean? Well, this is probably quite a couple months ago or something, more than a couple months ago. Where, man, mental issues. Everybody know he crazy. Right? Pulls a knife on his parents, elderly parents. Everybody calling the cops. He come outside with a knife. Cop tell him to drop the knife. He comes to the cops shoot him dead in the street. But everybody mad at the police. But he had a criminal record like you wouldn't fucking believe. Where he should have been hospitalized. It was so severe that this man should have been hospitalized, monitored. I believe that law enforcement, I know I'm going off subject again. I've been going off subject the whole goddamn video. People that are incarcerated, they should be some type of mental, well, they do mentally evaluate people. But what I don't know if you're on like the like inmate thing. I don't think. Did you say you was a correction officer too? I'm not sure. Brainstorm. I know you're a police officer in the military. Maybe that was somebody else that was saying that. But upon release from prison, maybe some prisoners should be forced to have some kind of psychiatric help, have some kind of therapy and counseling by law. It can't do them any harm. Well, they got programs that they got to go to after they get out of jail on parole. They might have to go to drug counseling or some shit. Sometimes they're not even on drugs and they make them go to these drug counseling things. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you need help, you need help. A lot of people are afraid to ask for help. Like me, I'm a fucking hard-headed motherfucker. I'll wait. Fucking be sick to the motherfucking shit before I go even think about going to the hospital. Then you still don't want to go. Think you can tough through it. You know what I'm saying? Anxiety and shit like that. Anxiety shit crazy as hell. Like that shit fucks me up. Shit, I be going to the doctor. Hell yeah, I should be going to the doctor for that shit. And that shit, the stuff didn't hit me till later. But I probably had it when I was younger, just didn't know what it was and didn't recognize it. Parents didn't recognize it. But as I get older, I see the problem might get worse. And I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't normal. This is totally, I'm acting way off from where I used to be. I was telling somebody before and stuff when like I quit my job and started working on this importing thing and all this stuff. I'm up 20 hours a day. Getting 4 hours of sleep, right back up again. Did this for a year and a half. And y'all see how I am now. I'm up all night and shit. But I started to notice it. I'm yelling at people. Get on the city bus. I'm cussing people out. Cussing out the bus driver. All types of shit. Like, you know what I mean? Cussing out neighbors and bugged out shit. But, I don't know. Let's play some more of this stuff. I'm gonna look up in section too. I play this short thing here. Let me check this out. Let's give you little kids stuff. Oh, no, that's talking about some other shit. Look it out. What's going on here? All right.
From its origins in the early 20th century psychoanalysis to its burgeoning use among celebrities today, the word pansexual has come a long way to get to this pop culture moment. And we love how it challenges us to think about gender, sexuality, attraction, and desire. So, how much do we really know about the word pansexual? According to the Oxford English Dictionary, pansexual first appeared in 1914 as the word pansexualism in the Journal of Abnormal Sexuality. A doctor named J. Victor Haberman criticized Sigmund Freud's method of psychoanalysis and unpacked one part of his theory, which was that the pansexualism of mental life, which makes every trend revert finally to the sexual. In other words, Freud theorized that sex was a motivator of all things, hence pansexualism. The word pansexual itself was derived from the Greek prefix pan, which means all, and of course sexual. At the time, it was a psychoanalytic term used far differently from how we use it today. Though pansexual may not have been used to describe sexual orientation at this time, there were reports of people in the 1920s and 1930s who loved to cross labels and boundaries in Harlem and Chicago's South Side. In fact, it wasn't until the 1940s that the pioneering sex researcher Alfred Kinsey laid out how sexuality operated on a continuum with his scale that measured the degrees of heterosexuality and homosexuality. His work helped pave the way for labels that describe sexual orientation and the possibility for labels beyond heterosexual and homosexual. Still, anything outside of being straight was thought of as a mental disorder, and even pansexual in its psychoanalytic use was condemned. In a 1952 speech, Pope Pius said that the, quote, pansexual method of psychoanalytic therapy went against Christian values. The 1970s saw the first inklings of pansexual being used in roughly the same way it is today to describe desire and identity. A 1974 New York Times article about the sexual revolution proclaimed, "I see that a lot of people are going bisexual this year. This seems to be different from going homosexual, which was last year," and then declared, "I know what comes next season, it's pansexuality." The paper of record used the word again a year later to describe androgynous British rocker Brian Eno, who was in the band Roxy Music. The New York Times might have been onto something, because in the 1980s, pansexual as a sexual orientation continued to proliferate. But the word also acquired a slightly different meaning, like at pansexual play parties in San Francisco, where the term expressed that a person may be interested in a wide array of sexual experiences. It was a way of saying, I'm down with lots of different kinds of sex. Now, according to some researchers, it's also possible that the word became popular thanks to BDSM, bondage and discipline, dominance, submission, sadism and masochism, and kink communities. After World War II, BDSM groups formed in big cities as queer people returned from service, and the term has since been used in these communities to connect different sexual orientations. The 1990s ushered a time for sexually fluid and non-monosexual people, those who are attracted to more than one gender, to contemplate their labels. The current meaning of pansexual grew out of the spirit of activism and the desire to reclaim identity in one's own terms, as greater awareness of trans, binary, and genderqueer identities spread. It evolved to mean a person is attracted to people of all genders for reasons independent of their gender, or as a way of saying, I'm attracted to people of all genders for reasons about their genders. Early social media communities on the internet made the way for pan community to grow. In 2002, the live journal community, I Am Pansexual, proclaimed in its first post, "We are here to help support pansexuals, discuss pansexual issues, and bring pansexuals closer together." From there, it blossomed, with an uptick in searches for the term starting in 2004, peaking in 2012, and getting even higher in 2018. But we'll get to that. In 2010, the pansexual pride flag emerged on the web with a pink stripe, blue stripe, and a yellow stripe in the middle to symbolize trans, intersex, agender, bigender, third gender, non-binary, fluid, and all other gender identities. In the past few years, the word pansexual has really come into its own, with celebrities mainstreaming the term in the media. Miley Cyrus told LUK in 2015 that she was pansexual, but I'm not in a relationship. I'm 22, I'm going on dates, but I change my style every 2 weeks, let alone who I'm with. In 2018, pansexual became one of the most widely searched terms in the Merriam-Webster dictionary after Janelle Monáe told Rolling Stone that she read about pansexuality and was like, oh, these are things that I identify with too. Nowadays, December 8th marks Pansexual Pride Day, and pansexual and panromantic awareness and visibility is May 24th. And it's a whole new frontier for this inclusive and expansive term, as it's clearly no longer a flash in the pan.
Huh. I wanted to see this real quick.
You can't expect your team to manage work with this.
From its origins in the early 20th century psychoanalysis to its burgeoning use among celebrities today, the word pansexual has come a long way to clearly no longer a flash in the pan.
Fuck it, that's it. Being too difficult. Nah, I'm not gonna get into that shit. I don't know about it. Everybody want to come on. I saw somebody came in. Makes it chat. Everybody want to come on and talk. I think Josh for coming on here too. Straighten out all the bullshit from earlier. I hate when I wanted this video to be totally different than how it turned out and shit. I don't know. We got things done. We got things done. And I'm glad it happened the way it happened, because after they all left, like what I went over. Now that's what I wanted people to shut the fuck up. Like if you wanted to talk about it, we can come out here and we can talk about it. With all this extra shit, and you're not. And Josh showed that with this guy. Like I thank him both of you for coming on here. I really do. But the way we interacted, it was based off of shit that he didn't know. If I could put it that way. Like Josh showed that. Like he kept moving the goalposts and taking this shit all out in left field and some shit that don't got nothing to do with the subject, but it's combative. It's combative. It's combative. But you gotta have, so you gotta know what the fuck you talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying? I came out here not knowing everything. I knew what I wanted to say, and what I knew was the facts and shit, right? And that's what I'm presenting. I'm not telling nobody to go out, this is what you're supposed to be doing and all this shit. Like, no, I'm not telling, oh, you supposed to be transgender, nigga. Like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't say that at all. I'm just saying that people should have the freedom to be happy. If you ain't hurting nobody, this shit, you should have the right to do anything you want to do that make you happy. As long as you ain't fucking somebody else. Somebody being transgender, somebody being whatever. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with what you do. Right? Now, for Christians and stuff out there, I would like to know what Christians think about what science says. Right? Honestly. I know some might feel a certain way, and some might, you know what I mean? They feel one way, but their religion not allowing them to express it, especially amongst their other Christian peers. And y'all, a lot of y'all can't lie, especially the black ones. Y'all got homosexual people in y'all church. I believe just about every, probably 95% of black churches got homosexual in there that everybody know that are homosexual. Like I said, homosexual don't be advertising. I'm gay. They'll maybe now, but back then they didn't, and now I'm sure they really don't. It's people, they look at them, they see their mannerisms, you see what they do, and that's what people associate with being that way. You know what I'm saying? You can tell, like a kid, you can look at a kid and tell what type of music he is by the way he dressed. You know what I'm saying? So these people are looking at people and wanting to oppress them by the way they look and how it makes them uncomfortable. And in a lot of the ways, they uncomfortable because they might be that way. Look at Judah Nazareth. Oh. Damn, can I pull that video? I forgot the damn video, man. It was a video that was saying, oh shit, I gotta find it. Fuck Judah Nazareth up. While we was doing all the fuckery tonight, I might as well fuck Judah Nazareth up too. Damn. Let me see if I can find it. I was supposed to play it. This is it right here.
I don't like veggies. What? Whatever you have. Clams.
A second, y'all. It was interesting. It was breaking down how sexual this is it. It wasn't this. So, gotta be in my history. I think that's it. Spoiler. Some of this insurance with the state of spoiler. This is one of the bad things. And hold on. That shit pissed me off. I'm watching videos and now my history.
2 to 6% of people self-identify as having predominantly homosexual attractions, and while there are many social and political theories on why, what does science say? Is being gay genetic, and if so, do we all have a gay gene? In the 90s, 2 studies using the Human Genome Project found that gay men have a higher number of homosexual relatives compared to heterosexual men, and that gay siblings have similar linkages on their X chromosome, showing a high level of genetic heritability. A more recent study of 409 gay siblings also found linkages in a specific region of the X chromosome labeled XQ28, also found that many percent of people self-identify as having predominantly homosexual attractions, and while there are many social and political theories on why, What does science say? Is being gay genetic, and if so, do we all have a gay gene? In the 90s, 2 studies using the Human Genome Project found that gay men have a higher number of homosexual relatives compared to heterosexual men, and that gay siblings have similar linkages on their X chromosome, showing a high level of genetic heritability. A more recent study of 409 gay siblings also found linkages in a specific region of the X chromosome labeled XQ28 and in another region of chromosome 8. Furthermore, a 2014 analysis of 50 years of research found gay men are more likely to have gay brothers compared to straight men, and lesbian.
Julian Nazareth, you got a transgender sibling, so did that rub off on you too? No, I'm not messing with gay people, y'all. All the LGBT community. This is the cult leader, the homophobic cult leader, the undercover gay. But I don't know what he is. Transgender and shit. I don't know what he do. He probably do all of the above and shit. But condemn people for being what he really is. He condemns people to death, right? But the truth keep telling on him. But I don't know. Let's keep going. Let's listen to what it says. I know y'all. Most of my viewers know who I'm talking about. So this is for like my regular viewers, not for the new people too. But this is educational for everybody.
Also found linkages in a specific region of the X chromosome labeled XQ28 and in another region of chromosome 8. Furthermore, a 2014 analysis of 50 years of research found gay men are more likely to have gay brothers compared to straight men, and lesbian women are more likely to have lesbian sisters, further suggesting the traits are genetically linked and passed on. But if homosexuality is in fact genetic, doesn't this create a paradox? While some gay people still have children, overall they have 80% less children than heterosexuals, so wouldn't the genes not be passed down and eventually die out? Well, a recent UCLA study used epigenetics to propose that everyone has a gay gene, but it's whether or not the attachment of a methyl group to specific regions of DNA is triggered and turns it on. Epigenetics is the study of how your environment can chemically modify your genes, like how a queen ant's nutrition and pheromones can chemically alter an ant embryo to either produce a soldier or worker ant based on what's needed for the colony.
Hear that shit? That's deep. So that ant could produce according to what they need for the environment.
UCLA study used gay and straight male twins and found that a specific methylation pattern was closely linked to sexual orientation. The model was able to predict the sexuality of men with 70% accuracy, but this data used a small subset of people, and there is some controversy around the research. Ultimately, a specific gay gene has not been found, but scientific evidence does suggest that human sexual orientation is strongly linked to genetics and tightly regulated at the molecular level. It's even been found that giving birth to a son increases the odds of homosexuality in the next son by 33% relative to the baseline population. If an older brother is from a different mother, there's no effect seen. This has led some researchers to believe that male pregnancy triggers a biological mechanism that affects the mother's successive births. A meta-analysis also found that statistically, homosexual men have more older brothers than heterosexual men. Another study found that women exposed to high levels of testosterone in utero have higher rates of being not straight. So what?
So they say the younger child and stuff could have that trait. So, I don't know, I'm just saying this out of my own head. Could that be sort of like some kind of balance or something that nature could make to, like, you know, like the population and stuff like that? Because, you know, like in the wild and stuff, not all animals get to mate. It's like not all humans and shit have children. And then there was another video that was interesting. It was talking about animals.
How does this happen? The gay uncle hypothesis suggests that gay members of a family that don't reproduce still increase the prevalence of their family's genes in future generations by helping to provide resources for offspring that they're related to. After all, it's not just survival of the fittest individual, but the fittest family. Studies also show that there are lower levels of hostility and higher levels of emotional intelligence, compassion, and cooperation in gay men, which may also increase altruism and survival in.
That's heavy. So, with heterosexual family that has a gay uncle, so correct me if I'm wrong, they're saying that the gay uncle can provide the emotional support. Is this what they saying? The emotional support to the children to help better the child's not productivity, what's the word? The child's progress in life to go on to have a mate that had children and being more stable. So where they talk about how some kids and stuff didn't have a father or didn't have a mother, they lack certain I guess emotional things or certain skills or how to deal with certain things. So if you got a child, right, that say didn't have a father, and like you said, like in the hood, right, they said all these young kids, they ain't got no fathers. That's why they running in the street all crazy, because they sit up under their mama all day and all this stuff, right? And they act like a woman and they bugged out and shit. That's why they quick to shoot somebody, because they're emotional like women and all that stuff, right? Now, so they're missing the, I don't know, I confused myself. I don't know, brainstorm, you know what I'm trying to say?
Human groups. Another hypothesis suggests that the genes for homosexuality are ultimately coding for attraction, meaning female relatives of gay men who share this same gene will also have stronger attractions to men, providing an evolutionary advantage. And studies have shown that these females have more babies on average. The same will be true of lesbians and their straight male relatives. The famous scientist E.O. Wilson once said, "Homosexuality gives advantages to the group. A society that condemns homosexuality condemns itself."
Boom. So we're saying homosexuality gives advantages to the group. A society that condemns homosexuality condemns itself. So saying these people are needed to help. Let's just say with like animals, it helps preserve and makes the breed stronger. So like you got the animals in the wild or whatever, right? You got the bull, like the big bull is the only one that's gonna be mating. So you got the weak, the wolf, right? You got the wolf that ain't grow that big, like his teeth ain't that big, he not as aggressive and stuff, right? He's not gonna mate. He's not gonna be able to mate. Every time he go to try to mate, he's gonna get beat up. To the point that I guess he's just gonna give up and shit. And the big wolf is the one that they're gonna be making all the babies. But that child grows up, right, and be washed over by the wolves that were of lesser stature and stuff, and might can provide some benefits to that child, that baby, that puppy, that wolf pup, to grow up to be even stronger and to one day defeat the bigger wolf. And now that wolf will become the head alpha male that's gonna breed with the rest of the animals.
Historically, science has not been kind to the queer community. In the past, it was generally accepted that the brains and bodies of homosexuals were presumed to be of lower status, with a popular belief that homosexual behavior was a result of defective development. Even some LGBTQ2S people fear that this scientific research could other the community and be used to exploit or hurt.
I said some things earlier and stuff, but I was talking about the physical appearances and stuff like that. I didn't mean to offend anybody. I apologize and stuff. I just said shit out of ignorance, but I don't know. It's my education. I'm trying to educate myself.
For people, even from the available research, it's clear that most studies only focus on gay men and neglect other groups. But more research on the genetic and epigenetic factors of homosexuality will decrease homophobic laws around the world by further proving that being gay is not a choice. But could we ever genetically get rid of homosexuality?
Here we go. I don't know. Let's watch that. Gotta get up out of here.
This is how you order all this delivery food for cheap. Okay, so first, Domino's.com, choose your favorite pizza, or in my case, 4. Then click the Honey browser extension. Boom, there it is, $52.56 in savings. Okay, and just for fun, let's try with a fancy meal now. DoorDash.com, click on Honey. Yeah, I guess you could say this is the happiest I've ever been eating delivery. Rent the browser extension today and buy pizza, delivery food, and pretty much anything else you can buy online at an absolutely absurd discount. Add Honey today for free at joinhoney.com.
The discussion of whether or not homosexuality is genetic comes the inevitable conversation of whether or not it can be affected by genetic manipulation. As we move into a future where it may be possible to modify our baby's physical traits before they're even born, could the same be possible for sexual orientation? This is the main reason why there is some resistance as to whether or not we should even be studying if being gay is genetic. Some queer people actually think that studying this continues to other us, as if it's like a quest for why we are different. And some are genuinely afraid that the more we learn, that we would actually be able to physiologically turn off homosexuality. And I mean, it does make sense. Famous scientists of the past have tried to use science to explain why homosexuals' brains were smaller, or how homosexuality was actually a result of defective development. And in extreme times, the Nazi regime tried to understand homosexuality from a biological basis in order to eventually eliminate it. For this reason, when it was first discovered that there might be a gay gene, scientists were actually nervous about the reaction from the gay community. But it was actually a pretty positive reaction. For the first time, being gay was normalized for many people around the globe, and it wasn't necessarily just because of a traumatic childhood experience or a sick choice. Even today, people are being killed around the world because others think they've made a choice of being gay. And so the more we can understand the genetic background of homosexuality, the more we can mitigate the types of punishments that gay people are receiving around the world. I personally had to use this information as a teacher. I felt that it was really important to come out to my students, so I did. And during parent-teacher interviews, a group of parents came to me and they said that they were worried that I was going to make their kid gay. So this is really helpful for me, because in those moments I can say, well, it's mostly genetic, so if they are gay, probably you're both. Many people want to claim that homosexuality is just a social construct, including many religious leaders and conservative thinkers. But these statements are always based in opinion, whereas scientists, while they agree there's a lot of different factors that could include environment or hormonal changes in the mother's body, there are literally studies to show genetic links. And saying it's just a social construct leads to things like the awful homophobic practices of aversion therapy. So, can you get rid of homosexuality? When it comes to the concept of genetics and CRISPR, in theory, yes, you could. CRISPR is as revolutionary as people say it is, and in theory, you could do so many things with it, and human trials have already started. Your genes control everything about you, and there may not necessarily be a gay gene, but from a biological perspective, yes, being gay is likely highly controlled by genetics. Currently, CRISPR is a really new idea, but as they perfect it and begin to understand the role in which epigenetics plays on being gay, in the future we might actually be able to understand fully from a physiological perspective why every single person becomes gay. And yes, that could easily be used against us. I think it's pretty fair that gay people have some fears and reservations, given that it's only recently that society has begun to understand these issues, and in the West, for example, we've only recently began to legalize gay marriage. But that doesn't mean that things can't reverse. I mean, hello America, your current administration literally did not say a word about Pride Month in 2017. This is a clear sign that moving forward, gay rights are not a priority in any sense. CRISPR, in theory, is so powerful, and in the wrong hands could do a lot of damage, so we can only hope that attitudes continue to shift positively. Otherwise, the lives of gay people around the world are at risk. Maybe this is why this research into the genetics of being gay is so important, to help positively shift the attitudes towards gay people around the world before CRISPR progresses so fast that it's used against us. It's also important to understand that female sexuality is understudied. This is likely due to the fact that men continue to predominate the science field, as well as the stereotype that female sexuality is too complex or that lesbians are rarer than gay men. So also moving forward when having this discussion, it's really important that we put female perspectives at the forefront so they don't continue to be undervoted, which is why it's important that we're all need to. Within doing our research, we just found so many fascinating issues coming up, and that's why I wanted to make this video so that we could share with you sort of like a more social context on the video we made on accept science. So let us know what you think about it. It's a pretty intense topic, but we're curious about your opinions. Otherwise, make sure you're subscribing for more. We'll release a new video soon. You can follow us on socials, obviously, and we'll see you next. With the discussion of whether or not homosexuality is genetic comes
I might edit some of this and throw up another version of it. You want to come out and brainstorm, Drago? Nah, really, head on out of here. Look at the other thing. See, chat feed started. Stop. Come out of here. And what's up, man? Oh. Nine. I don't know. I hope some of y'all learned something. I hope some of y'all don't have to go out pieces of shit. Oh. Now, what up? What up? What up? How you doing?
I'm not feeling the best. I was in and out the whole time. I was trying to stay in, but I was like, I was listening to most of it though.
Yeah, you missed the beginning with all the food.
I hate that. I sure hate that I missed it. I really hate that I missed it.
It ended up the way it usually ends up with these people that come on here and start running their mouths.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it always ends that way too. It always ends the same way. They get found out that they really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, just ask them a question and they stuck. And they didn't want to change the topic. Change the topic. Talk about something else.
But I know for some aspects of what you're talking about, I think it could be hard, to sometimes to understand. It's so complex. That's just a complex situation right there. Or it to understand. You know what I mean? It is. Well, I think the biggest thing is trying to understand it. For them, I think it's trying to understand it. Because I have to be, the same way because I have a daughter that's a part of that community. You know what I mean? And then have a open mind and just love them no matter what, because no matter whether it's something that you're, that you yourself, I wouldn't even say approve. Maybe that's not the right word, but just love them, and whoever they are, or whoever they feel like they whatever group they feel like they identify with,
Right. And we can't understand it. We can try to understand it or something,
right.
But like if it's not you, it's like me trying to understand a woman like you. Like,
Right.
They way in hell I'm going to be able to understand it. You can talk about it, you can tell me about it, but
Right.
if I'm in those shoes and stuff, I'll never know. In the same way,
Right.
vice versa. So it's the same thing with them. So like,
Yeah.
we got to understand that there's other people out there. Like you got, you know what I'm saying, we got white people, we got black people, we got Asian people, we got, you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? It's like we got different genders, we got
Yeah.
different types of species, you got humans, you got dogs, you got cats. And like, and they all got their own thing going on. Like, you
And
know,
that's what tolerance is all about, is
yeah,
loving and appreciating and just, allowing people to be who they are and who they identify with, and not, and what's the word? Uh uh just unconditionally. You know what I mean? They
right,
may not It may not be a lifestyle that you yourself follow, but you know, um, just allow them to be who they are and appreciate that, the fact that, you know, they want to be, referred to a certain pronouns. They want to, so on and so, just be respectful
yeah,
of them, the
right.
same way that we would want to be people to respect us for who and what we are, you
Yeah.
know.
And
So
as a child, it's important that a parent like supports their kid. That's
yeah.
one I've noticed. Like when I was a child, like right, like I was a black sheep. I know I wasn't like all my other cousins and stuff like that. I was totally different. Like you know what I mean. I found out I was adopted, so I was thinking maybe that's part of it. But
Right.
I was into stuff like other kids, what they would call considered normal kids, like you know what I mean.
Right.
Like
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I would sit in the house and just be reading books all day. Like, you had a big encyclopedia set. I just be sitting there
Right.
reading encyclopedia.
I think that is that's awesome. You appreciate and nurture your child's their differences, and their and rejoice in whatever it is that they are interested in, and be their cheerleader. If, like, the books that you enjoyed reading that other people may have thought, to be a little strange, I'd have been like, baby, what other books do you want? Is there anything else that you need that's going to that's going to help you to enrich you, and in order for you to grow into who you want to be? You know what I mean? Just I
My
don't
mother,
know. Just
she
mhm.
didn't quite understand the things that, like, I enjoyed or wanted to be, whatever, like, you know what I'm saying? But she supported it. So, like, when I became vegan, right? I
Mhm.
was huge thing. You won't like my cooking. Like, you know what I'm saying? And now she got to make food separate for me.
Right.
I don't eat meat anymore. You talking about like I don't eat meat, and I explain it to her. She don't understand, but she know I'm not eating meat, right? So
Right.
she didn't trick me once and say
Mm.
this ain't got no meat in it, and it had it in it. Like
Right.
she would have a separate pot, like you know what I mean, say spaghetti or something. Got meatballs and sausage in it. She would take some and she would prepare it like the way she would try to make it the same way she make it with the meat, but without it. And she would have a separate thing. My dad would get mad.
All
Like that.
right.
And she supported me, like she tell my aunts and stuff like that. They would talk about anything I'm weird as hell.
No.
And I
See,
remember
there's
one Thanksgiving that my aunt I told them I don't eat meat and nothing like that and stuff, right? So they think that it's all right for them, it's all right for me. So I could just fool them. So there was like some collard greens and such. She said no meat in there, right? And I trusted her.
mhm.
And I sat there, I ate it, and then I see the little pieces of meat that was in it.
Oh, yeah.
So upset. I was
Uh-oh.
so upset. And I spit it all over the Thanksgiving table.
Oh no.
Purpose, just to be an asshole. But I spit it all over the table, right? And I left. And I never went back. That was my last family function I've been to.
But that's kind of disrespectful. That's kind of, if you have someone in your family that is telling you this is what they don't, that what they're not doing, if you're following the vegan way of eating, that's kind of disrespectful to cook something that has meat in it and allow that person to eat it without letting them know. That's not right.
Yeah.
That's not right. That is not right. Because you honestly, you don't know why people make the decisions that they do. What if you were somehow allergic to some of the meat protein and you did not let that person know? You know what I mean? So that's almost like you're feeding that person stuff that they're telling you they can't eat. That's not fair. That's not right.
You know what happened? No, it was
Mhm.
the cause of it, and this how people don't realize the things like a child, the things you say and do for a child, like they remember that. People do
Yeah,
things
they do.
and they think they don't remember that. That kid, I remember stuff when I was 3, 4 years old.
Wow. Can I have your memory, please?
Yup.
Mine
I
sucks.
moved in when I was 3 years old. We moved in this house. And before that, my father was cutting the lawn at the other house. 3 or 4, I would say. Because I think I started kindergarten, nursery school, whatever you call it, at 4 years old. And he was cutting the lawn. I remember it like it was yesterday. He turned the lawnmower off, went in the back door to go get his water. He used to keep his water in the old Tropicana orange juice bottles when they were glass. They was glass bottles. Remember like it was yesterday. He went in there to get it and keep it in the freezer. I went snooping around I want to learn about the lawnmower, right? I'm looking at the lawnmower, I'm checking it out, stand back looking at the thing. I see the muffler. I go put my hand on the muffler. Muffler's red hot.
Oh no.
It didn't really like burn me, but it was hot enough to scare me. And my hand hurt. So I'm running. He hear me screaming, bust out the house, out the back door. He got to chase me around the house. I'm screaming.
Oh my goodness.
Out the house. He got to run, chase me down. Find out what's wrong.
Oh my.
Little kid. I remember that. And with this thing, and like my aunts and stuff, like, right, they didn't really, I don't know if they were like jealous of me, because like, we were fortunate and stuff, and like Christmas time, they wouldn't like, what I'm saying? I wouldn't get the same type of gifts as like my other cousins would get. And sometimes I wouldn't even get none. Like we go to the house for Christmas, right? And everybody open up their gifts and all that stuff. I would need someone to be like, oh, I forgot yours at the house. It wasn't like I needed it, because I got everything.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? But I noticed that at a young age. You know what I'm saying? And then sometimes you hear adults. Sometimes you be talking on the phone and saying, you think the kids ain't paying no attention.
They do. They sure do.
They'll be laying out. You sitting there in the room, guess where they be at? They be right behind that door.
Yeah.
Listen.
That's my kids. My kids are always, I learned a long time ago that you truly have to watch what you say. Because they are always listening, even when you think that they're not, they are always listening. But I commend your mother for being that supportive person that she was, that supportive force in your life. I think that's pretty awesome. But that's mommy, we just tend to be like that. We just tend to be like that.
Talking about one of my other aunts and stuff. So I start putting 1 and 2 together. Oh, they treat me like this. And now I hear her talking about it could be something totally separate. I put 1 and 2 together. So from that then on, I'm feeling some type of way about those relatives. Like I don't like. from him, like, you know what I mean? And everybody looking at me like, what the hell wrong with him? Like, you know what I'm saying? And
Right.
and the one that I liked, like, you know what I mean? The only one I liked, she the one that gave me the stuff with the meat in it.
Right.
So I'm like, well, damn, all these shit, right? I've seen this little kid. I don't want to deal with none of them now.
Wow.
Know what I mean? I don't want to deal with none of them because I see that they don't like. I'm looking at you, little kids, look like they don't like. You know what I mean?
So,
and when you're older, they don't respect me for who I am or whatever. So guess what? Just in time for cult. Just in time for cult. Now, the vegan thing already separated me from basically society. I was vegan in the 90s. Like, you know what I mean? So everybody that needs strange. And that time, here comes the cult. Now, the cult teaching me the Bible. And all these people that I quit, it's not associate family members and stuff like that. They was going to church the whole time. And now I'm learning what's in that book. And that book is pointing the finger. Like, know what I mean? So now, with the cult, now I'm demonizing. So they wicked. That's why the reason they was doing what they did.
Oh my, really?
And the Bible's confirming it. The Bible confirming it. You know what
So
I mean?
I see how you ended up going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, and loved it and would die for it. It would die for it. And where most kids would have been done kill themselves, would have been all caught up on drugs or whatever, any type of super negative thing that a kid shouldn't have to experience, right? I found I had skateboarding. Skateboarding is the greatest thing for a kid, like get their mind off of stuff. Like that's like a savior for me, right? And now the cult was the only thing keep my behind alive.
Oh wow!
That I didn't really care about much else. The cult is what kept me holding on from all the other crazy stuff that was going on in my life and stuff like that. That was the only thing that kept me sane. You know, I was insane, but it kept me sane from doing a lot of harm to myself and maybe others.
Wow.
And God is the only thing. God's my father. That's my parent now.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So nobody else matters.
So now that you don't have that, I mean, what do you reach for?
It's I learned to, let's say like this, like a lot of the things, like, you know what I'm saying, me and my father didn't get along, right? So that was that cult thing was keeping me, but I learned to basically, how can I put it? It's hard to say.
Because it seems to me like that the cult was such a big part of your personality, or it turned into a big part of who you are.
Yeah.
And now that you don't have it, it's like, what do you reach for if that was such an ingrained part of who you are?
Yeah.
What do you fill that void with?
I was looking a lot for acceptance. You know what I'm saying? And as I got older, it took me a long time to realize that, hey, you can't sit here and wait for these people to turn around.
Right.
It ain't gonna come, buddy. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna come. So
it's not about acceptance of people accepting you. It's more about how you accept yourself right now.
But the acceptance, it's supposed to come like automatic. Like, it's not like I'm asking my friends for acceptance. Like it's your close relatives,
right?
Like that. You know what I mean? Things that normal people got. know what I'm saying? And the code made it like it's like, okay, I don't gotta worry about them. Like I want that. I hope they turn around, but they do. So God will kill them, and that's just what it is. I can't do nothing about that.
Right.
Right? I got to do what I got to do. But after the whole thing, like you kind of lost. Like you lost. But I got through before I left the code. I would say around the same time I left the code. I got over myself. I was like, all right, I got to man up for this shit. Like, I can't be looking for acceptance. I can't be looking for things to change. I gotta make the change. I gotta live for me. Like
right.
I don't like because you know, like a child always want this saying like with parents and stuff. A child will want to make their parents proud.
Validation from their parents.
That's validation. So I learned that shit ain't coming, motherfucker. Like you gotta do you. You know what I'm saying? You can't use that to say, oh, like, woe is me or whatever. Things supposed to be different. No. You gotta man up in this dude. You gotta do it. 'Cause you the only one on this earth like that you gotta deal with. Like, you know what I mean? You go in that hole, you ain't taking nobody with you. Like when you go straight under, like you go by yourself. So you can let these people. And you only got so much time on this earth too. So if you sitting there and you letting somebody else screw up all this, you the fool. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I had to be hard on myself, basically. I had to be hard on myself about a lot of stuff. I still ain't figured a lot of stuff out.
Well, that's what doing life is all about. Yeah. And I don't even think it's more about you being harder on yourself. I think you were harder on yourself this whole time. It's more like being easier on yourself and giving yourself patience and leave to be who you are and know that you are okay with who you are.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? And I think that's more being easier on yourself and loving who you are, no matter what you do, what you like, what your, your likes and your dislikes and everything. It's just everything that is you, liking and loving who you are, and that being enough for you, and not trying to make it so that other people are trying, wanting them to accept you for who you are. It's either they accept you for who you are and they love you for who you are, or they don't, And if they don't, then that's okay. You're still okay.
Some kind of weird illusion that since I'm out the cold, okay, I'm gonna start celebrating these holidays. Now I'm back in family, and now I'm gonna go to Christmas dinner or Thanksgiving or whatever. And now I'm like, I'm over that shit. I was like, shit, I'm going there and doing that like shit gonna change. This shit gonna be shit, like, you know what I mean? So I just gotta keep doing me, like, you know what I mean? But it's rough, and I see a lot of kids go through stuff like you know what I mean?
They do. But I think in order for your kids to not go through that, you just have to love them 100% unconditionally for who they are, and then not just love them, but to constantly validate them constantly, because that's what I do with my kids. And I did that with my kids ever since the beginning, even when they were little, and they were barely able to understand what I was talking about. And I do that with little dude. I love you no matter what. You know that. And he'll be like, yes. And my daughters are like, yes. Don't you ever forget that. No matter what, mommy is always going to love you. No matter what, mommy is going to love you. And as they grew older, and there's all these different aspects of the things that they're going to be exposed to, like whether or not they're going to be gay or whether or not they're going to be this or that and the other. I always let them know, look, I don't expect for you to have the answers, but just know that whatever comes your way, mommy is always going to love you. I'm not going to not love you because you chose this or you chose that, which is the reason why my daughter felt okay coming out to me. You know what I mean? Because she already knew from way back, I've already fostered that in them, that mommy is going to love you no matter what. I'm
Yep.
not going to, you know what I mean? So it's almost like making sure that your children are constantly validated with the fact that you love them unconditionally, and that will allow them to become more happy with who they are, or okay with who they are, or safe with their feelings when they need to come to you and tell you about anything and everything. Because I know, like, mental health issues runs through my mom's side of the family. My sister has depression. I don't have it, but I wanted to make sure that if they're even ever feeling anything like that, I don't ever want them to feel like they're suffering alone. You know what I mean? That's why I constantly, mommy loves you. Just whenever you're not feeling the best, let me know how you're feeling. I never want you to, suffer on your own. So, and it works. It works when you're like that, but it also helps if the other parent is the same way too. It
Yep.
does help, but and they don't always get from him what they get from me. But because I give so much, what even though it does affect them a little bit, it won't affect them to the point that they'll sink into some form of depression. What they do is they'll come to me and let me know, I'm feeling a way about dad right now, and I just want to talk about it. You know what I mean? So these are kids, and they're okay with coming to me and talking to me about how they're feeling. And that's the way it's supposed to be, you know. That's just the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to, you know,
I remember
want to
once
be that backbone for your kids.
said, like, right, my father, he worked day and night. Like, when I go to school, he already left for work. By the time I go to bed, he still ain't come home yet for work. Like, right? So I only saw him like on his day off and stuff, right? So a little kid and stuff, running behind him. You want to see what he doing. So try to get that
Right.
little serious stuff. But he be busy, like he got his day off, he trying to do his thing and shit, like, right? So my mother will
Right.
always about that shit. Always get on. Like, yo, you always promised him some shit. Like, you told him you was taking him over there, now you ain't doing it. Like, right? And
Right.
you know what I mean? Like I said, you can't take that shit to heart. So I
Yeah.
remember when on vacation, right? Not like I was a spoiled kid. So like it wasn't like I wanted like anything I wanted, I got. Like, right? But it's a kid want more than a toy. Some parents think that they kid okay because you buying everything.
Yeah. It's all about spending time.
Yup.
You
Now
know.
we went to Virginia Beach and we went to rent some bicycles to ride, right? I'll never forget this, right? And I'll never forget my mother's reaction to it. He wanted me to go ride the bikes with him. I said no. I
Oh
said
my.
I said all the other times I asked you to do some shit with me, you ain't want to do it. So no,
Right.
I don't want to do shit. I didn't never cuss in my house. But
Right.
see what I was saying. I don't want to do shit now. No, you go ride your bike by yourself. I be over here doing what I'm doing. Like I'm
Oh
all,
wow.
and my mother looked at her like, see. Yup. So like kids, like, you know what I mean? And that stuff molds kids growing up. Like, you know what I mean? They start to think certain ways that it's easy for them to get involved with other stuff. Like
Yep.
they'll find kids that going through the same thing as them.
Yep.
I remember
Yep.
my first girlfriend. We on the phone talking about stuff, and this like when you got the regular house phone, like, right? And my mother, I guess she probably heard me. Like, I'm supposed to be asleep. I'm in the bed with the phone, like, you know what I mean? The covers over my head so they can't hear me and stuff, like, right? And she picked up the phone. She listened to our conversation.
Oh, wow.
And, like, we talking about our families and all types of shit. Like, that shit was crazy. Yep. And, like,
Yeah.
you never know. Like, you might hear some shit you don't want to hear.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. I can't. That's one thing I don't like to do. I don't like to hear what my kids are talking about when they're talking to their friends. I just don't. But I just don't. Because some of it is straight cringeworthy. You know what I mean? It's like, no. But on the other hand, it kind of gets you to thinking like, it kind of gives you an understanding of how they feel about certain things, like how they feel about their
Yeah.
dad and stuff like that, you know. Um, but that's why I say, you know what, a lot of people, um, and I hate to say this, I mean, a lot of people in the Black community, and I'm not trying to down men, but I'm just saying it is very important to be present, um, and active in little people's lives. It's important. It's important, and they need that. And I know how much it means, or it meant for my dad to be that presence in my life. You know what I mean? Because my dad is always. I was, I was one of the fortunate people. My mom and dad, they're still married. It's been 50 something years, and I know that they love each other because they tell each other every day the same way they raised us, constantly, um validating us. I love you, I love you, I love you. That's always what I got from my parents, which is what I give to my girls. But uh it's important as a father to be present and available and validating those girls, or being there for those boys, because they need that. It's important.
Yeah.
It means a lot to show up and say, if I say I'm going to be somewhere, if you and the and the other parent are not together, if I say we're going to do this, I'm going to take you this place, do it. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yep.
Do it, because they need that. They need to see that consistency in your actions. They need to see that, because if they don't get that, that affects their adult life.
Yeah.
People don't understand. I mean, it is it is it is it is it is it is a it's a big responsibility raising children. It is a big responsibility, and I think that a lot of people do not take it as that. It's more like, oh yeah, I got another kid, or it's just nothing. That is serious. That's a whole person that's going to grow up to be a certain way and feel a certain way. And it's our job to shape them to be good, mentally stable, kind, good, productive members of society. And they won't get there if we don't guide them. You know what I mean? If we just let them do whatever or think whatever, and if we don't show up the way we need to, or give them that, that unconditional love that they need, they're going to find it in a cult. They're going to find that acceptance in a
Yeah.
group of people that is not going to meet them well, that's going to allow them to go through destructive aspects of life that they don't even need to. They don't need that. So go into parenthood like you're going into like the biggest contract of your freaking life. And that's basically what it is. It's like, I don't know. It to me is being a parent is like the most amazing thing. It's like it's just amazing and rewarding. It's amazing and rewarding.
I started doing my own skateboarding events, right? And after I quit my job and stuff, right? Like I quit my job. I'm so glad I did it. But I wanted to do something for myself, right? So I had plans of going to Brazil, help kids like skateboard and build like a skate park and stuff. Like I was trying to get funding to build like a skate ramp and stuff for kids in Brazil. That and then it didn't work out right for me. So I started doing events down here, right? And my buddy, he was the mayor's assistant, and he showed me how to go through the park and recs department, get a permit, and all this stuff, right? So I was so happy he showed me how to do it and stuff, right? I went to the meeting. I didn't know how to interact with those people or anything. Like it was like a big meeting, and I'm like, man, that's like all right, bet. So I can get to see some other people go up there first and see how it works. Like right, as soon as I walk in the door, they call my name. I'm like, damn.
Wow.
I'm like, damn, right? So I went before all of them, a bunch of white people and 2 black dudes, right? And I told them what I wanted to do. I said, I'm not making money off of this. It's all for the kids and stuff.
See, that's awesome.
And the 2 black dudes, they shut it down. Right? They would say, oh, you need insurance and all this stuff, which I supposed to. But I'm like, this is like a normal day. That's just like playing basketball, like at the park. It's like, there ain't no supervision. There ain't nobody got no insurance or nothing. People
right.
So skate park is the same thing, like, right? So they denied me. I was so upset. I said,
oh, no.
We don't care about the kids. These kids out here shooting each other. They high on drugs. They in gangs. And here I am. I'm the only one. Everybody don't play basketball, right? Because they have their little basketball tournaments and stuff. But like everybody don't play basketball, right? Showing kids like there's something else out there, and it's something that you don't have to be competitive to do. Something that you don't need a friend to do, and like it is something that's it makes kids turns kids into individuals. So I did it illegally. I said, the hell with him. Like, I told my boy, he was like, yo, I would just do that shit. I was like, that's what I'm going to do. You got to tell me that what I wanted to do in the first place. So
I think that's cool.
It was a success, right? And it was a whole bunch of just ghetto kids, like, you know what I mean? That, like, my buddy got a skate shop out here. So, like, they had their skateboards and stuff. And then I would get $2,000 worth of equipment and clothing and stuff from some of the manufacturers I was a sales rep for free to get to all the kids. I'll have like $2,000 to $2,500 worth of product.
Wow.
Like, skateboard decks, all the wheels and hats, all types of stuff, stickers and all this stuff, right? So the kids, I'll send you a picture of it after I go off.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I think that's so cool.
And I did like about 6 or 7 of them. I gave out about $25,000 worth of stuff.
Wow.
It's in the city. And I seen only one parent show up with the kids. And I would have an average from like 50 to almost 100 kids show up. Some of them from out of town, a lot of them locally, like right? They show up, and we would do it like anywhere, like skateboarders skate anywhere, like you know what I mean?
Right.
So imagine like 50 kids on a Sunday afternoon in the middle of the city, like our city down here on Sundays, it's like dead, like nobody there. So all these kids are in the street. People are like, yo, where the hell is these little kids doing?
I think that is awesome.
Stuff like it's super cool, like right. And some people will see like, yo, what y'all doing out here? Like and stuff. I tell them like, right? They were like, yo, man, that's a good thing you doing, man. Yo, the city and stuff, yo, you making money off this? I said, I don't make a dime. I don't want a dime. And none of those events cost me more than $5. I spent $10 out of all those events to do all of them. I spent $10 total. And that was just to get some $5 for a ride to bring all the product to where I needed to be.
Right.
And
imagine the difference that you made in those kids' lives, man.
That's all. Kids were all young, like 14, right? They were little kids, right? And none of the parents would show up or nothing like that. And the kids would, they like me and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? I work for the brands and stuff that like they idolize. That's almost like I work like to a bunch of kids at the basketball court, and I work for Jordan.
Wow.
You know? I had that influence, like, and I would tell them like, yo, whatever you need to do, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can do it. Like, yo, you got this, like, because I was working for a skateboard manufacturer, so people that wanted to start their own companies, they could go through me to get their stuff made. So one kid wanted to do it, and he had to convince his stepdad. Stepdad was not trying to blow that money and have his son. He got bad habits. He don't know how to handle money and stuff. I understand. I was like, yo, I understand that, but like, yo, this would be really good for your kid. Like, you know what I mean? Blow, even if you screw it up, let him do it. Right? He didn't let him do it, but you know, I stayed close to the kid and stuff, and he was very what's the word? I'm looking for the word, but he was influential. He was very I forgot the word that I want to use to describe it. He stuck with all the other kids and stuff and the whole crew, right? And now he's a model.
Oh, he's determined. He is that's awesome.
He's on the Converse website. He did a Adidas commercial.
What?
Yeah, he in California right now.
What?
California.
That's awesome. Do you still keep up with him? Does he call you? Does he?
Yeah, I still keep up with him and stuff on Facebook. I look at all his little Facebook stories and stuff. I'm like, wow, look at you doing it. But he had that in him the whole time.
See, that's neat.
I'm like, yo, this kid's gonna be something because he's such an individual.
Right.
Like, he's a performance. Like, no, he do his own thing. Like, he had his whole little hairdo, a black dude, but his hair was all crazy. He had the front of it all dyed. Like, he was just like, you know, he just looked different. All the girls like him and all that stuff.
Right. He was unique, and he
very unique.
Was just him. See, like, that's neat.
He's a Mexican kid, right? And he's a great artist. So I would like have some of my accounts that needed graphics done and stuff. And some stuff I didn't feel like doing on the computer. I would let him get the job. I'm like, yo, this is going on this company's board. Like, you know me, I need you to do this. I'll pay him and stuff. And then he got his own little clothing company now. Before, he didn't want to sell the stuff. Just like, I'm like, yo, man, you can make money off of this. He was like, nah, I just do it for fun. And now he up on Twitter and stuff, dropping his new dare and stuff. Yeah, I just did this. And it's all custom. It's not like he getting it manufactured. Like, he's like designing like his clothing. And he sell t-shirts like $50, $60.
See, that's cool.
And
see, that's all they probably needed was someone that was going to be there for them, that's going to believe in them, you know. Sometimes they just don't get that at home, and it's awesome that you were able to step in and be that for those kids.
Now,
I think that's awesome.
Denied me, right, for doing those events. Next thing you know, the next year, I get hit up on Facebook by the city. They want me to do a skateboard demonstration or event or whatever at one of their downtown functions. They have live entertainment and all this stuff, right? I was so shocked. I was like, what's your budget? I want money. Like I was so rude and irritated with it. Like 'cause I was so mad that the city couldn't support what I was doing. And I see all these people asking for money to do less than what I was doing.
Right.
They would use money as an excuse. Oh, we can't do it. We need funding and all this stuff, right? I had a nonprofit organization. Just use me. Just use me for the clout that I had with all the kids and stuff. And they're like, oh, we have to do an event together and all this stuff. And like, it was just like, it was horrible. I was just like, yo, you saying you lying to all these kids. Like, you trying to manipulate these kids. You're using these kids for you to get on a certain position, right? I'm doing this so these kids can get in a certain position. So I did the event for the city. I made them pay me $500, right? Get $500. So I gave $100 to my boy for the ramps, just to bring him. He did it for free. I was like, yo, $100. Now I had a kid from out of town come in. I was like, yo, I want you to be there. Pay you for it, right? And this other young kid that was a BMXer, I helped him with his first sponsorships because some of the brands I was sponsoring. Now he doesn't BMX. He got hurt and stuff, and his life just went somewhere else and stuff. He was a very good kid though. And, he came there, and his mom. He said his mom like. The sponsors I hook them up with, they don't pay the kid. They don't pay them. You don't get paid till you turn pro. So they'll pay your like entry fees for contests. They might pay for your travel for a train ticket to New York City or something like that. And other than that, they just give you free clothing and free bike parts whenever you need them and stuff like that. So his mom was like, yo, my son is out here like risking his life, like he really get seriously hurt and all this, and these people are not paying them. And I had to explain to her like how it goes, like, right? So when I did the event for the city, I said, make sure your mom comes. Make sure your mom comes, right? End of the thing, his mom, he's talking to his mom. I walk up to him with his mom, right? I hand him $100. You should have seen his mother's face. You should have seen his mother's face. I was scheming too, because I had a little cup for my little charity. I'm not going to say the name because niggas out here knows it. I had one of the little kids. He was probably like 12 or something, right? Cute little kid. I was like, yo, go get these donations for me. I gave him the little bucket, right? And he went to all the people at the events, right? He came back with mad bread. He came back with that little bucket thing filled up with money.
Oh, wow.
Like 10, right? So I was like, that, right? I took half of it. I gave him the other half. I was like,
oh
like,
my God.
He said, yo, that's all right. He said my real name. He was like, yo, that's cool. Thanks, man. Thanks, killer. So, like, you know what I mean? I made all sorts. The other kid, I gave him $100 and stuff. And what? So that was like $300. I spent $100 getting like screwed up afterwards and stuff. Because I was so happy I did it. Like, right? And yeah, as time like went by, like I started seeing a lot of these kids, and see a kid that was into photography. He wanted to film skateboarding, right? Find him a way to get a camera. Find one, I get some money to something from somewhere and put something with it, get him a camera. Even if it's not like what he wants, but it's something for him to use. Get another kid a laptop. You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
Start working. I get it. Like, here you go. Do your video editing. And like it was cool. I enjoyed it like so much. Like I was doing so many events. And I had one where I was having live music at my boy's shop. I had bands coming from like Jersey, from New Hampshire, Massachusetts, all for free. None of these people charged me. I had a dude that has like a professional, like he's a professional sound man. Like he got professional sound equipment. Like that's a lot to get a person like that out there. And
wow.
I had a radio DJ, one of my like college radio DJs. He came out and DJed for free. I had the guy Steve D that I showed y'all the other night, the DJ. I had him come out for free. And I was just showing how much I could do with no money.
Right.
And these companies and stuff, I had one big restaurant out here. It's like they're like mobsters, straight up like mafia. And I'm doing an event at this bank, and I see this man come out the bank. He looks at us and get on his phone like he called the cops, right? And I'm like a skate terrorist, like you know what I mean? Anybody that's against skateboarding, like you know what I mean? I'm just like a totally different person. So he gets in his car, he doubles back and comes around the block and he stops. He's like, hey, like, right? I already got a frown on my face. Like, what? So I like what you're doing here. I'm like, yeah.
Oh.
I like the help for the next one that you do. You saw me giving out like t-shirts to the kids. I'm like hiding skateboard decks, which is like the top part of the skateboard, like the wood part. I would hide them somewhere and have the kids go look for it, or I'll make some kids race for it. I say, who got messed up sneakers? They're like, me. I say, okay, out of y'all, who got a size 9.5? Because all the sneakers I get all like samples, so they all 9.5. So it'd be like maybe 4 of them and stuff that's 9.5. They got messed up sneakers. And I might throw the sneakers in the air, right? Whoever catches them get them. Or I might race for it, or whoever can land this trick first get the sneakers. So like at the end of the day, everybody gets something, and everybody get rewarded for depending on on his ability. Maybe the kid's a beginner; he don't really know too many tricks or something, but he might do something cool. He might make us laugh, and he'll get something. Like, you know what I mean? So like everybody needs to be able to smile on it.
So my question to you is this: what did you get out of doing that for the kids? What did you get out of that?
A big ass smile. A big ass smile, and to say, fuck everybody else. Like basically, that's what I got. That's all I wanted out of it. I never made a dime. Like when the city gave me that money, that's the only money I've ever made off. I never charged nobody for being in it or nothing. And I even got a liquor distributor to donate beer to one of them. The last one I did, I got 25 cases of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Donated 25 cases of beer. Like, because I was trying to drink all that beer.
Oh my God!
So for manufacturer, like
so is that?
So you got a big warehouse.
It seems to me like that was a passion at the time for you to do that for the kids. Have you thought about trying to do that again, maybe on a smaller scale, because we are in the COVID? Like, say, for instance, you've touched a whole bunch of children, kids' lives doing what you did for them, maybe on a smaller scale, like being a big brother, through Big Brother and Sisters of America. You know what I mean? Have you thought about doing something? And I know you said you're adopted. I was a foster parent. Have you thought of fostering a kid?
I thought about that. I can barely take care of myself though. Like right now, I can barely take care of myself. But I would love to do that. I definitely have thought about that. I have worked with autistic kids with skateboarding. I had a friend and stuff. She teaches like autistic kids. So I came down there. I had the kids skateboarding. I donated my time at summer camps, like the town summer camps in the skate park. I tried to raise money for a new skate park, and they tore down the park, and that was the only thing used in town.
Oh no!
Like public thing for kids to use. That was the only thing used in town, and they got rid of it.
Oh dang, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's the type of stuff that they build a new softball court or new softball field and tennis courts. I'm like, what did they build? 2 tennis courts down the street from my house. I ain't seen nobody play tennis yet. And there was one before then. I ain't never seen a person play tennis there. And they're gonna put another one there?
You know what? Not too far away from where we live, they made it's a brand new skateboard park. I mean, it is, when I say it's humongous, it is absolutely humongous, and it looks cool. It looks really neat.
Yeah, it is. It's super fun. Like, and we didn't have skate parks. When I was a kid, we were trying to get the town to make skate parks, but it was the insurance problem and all that stuff. And what happened, the YMCA was the first ones to make skate parks basically in the East Coast, like post 80s. Skate parks are in like California and stuff, like, you know what I mean? And those all closed down by the late 80s. They're all closed up. And the YMCA built parks, but what they did, they made people join the YMCA, which isn't cheap. They made all the kids wear pads, all their pads when they're skating there. And the park wasn't open 24 hours. It was only open a certain amount of hours a day. And during the fall, it would close until the next spring. Kids skate all around. We shovel snow to have room to skate. Like, we literally be out there with shovels, shoveling the street so we could skate. And the town didn't see that, but you know, I got the kids. I'm like, yo, this is how we do it. Like, I'm older now, like I'm an adult, and they built the skate park. I'm like, damn, why didn't I have this when I was a kid? I gotta work now. I got time to skate at the skate park. So I told the kids, like, yo, don't let them stop you from skating there. The kids cut holes in the fence. And the cops got mad at going there every 15 minutes to kick out kids.
Wow.
So the kids cut down the whole damn fence. The whole fence, like, like a huge fence.
Wow.
And after a while, the YMCA gave up the skate parks in all the cities and gave them to the cities. And now the cities don't know anything about it. They don't know how to maintain it. So they just let the parks go there, stay there, till the kids skate them and the thing just falls apart. And two is like too dangerous to skate there, because you might get hurt because the holes in the ramp and stuff like that. And they just tear it. And these are the only things that are used. We got dirt bikes for BMX bike riders out here, right? That we built in the mid 90s. And those kids still ride their BMX bikes there today. We was the first one to build jumps in those woods. And the town will come bulldoze it every year. Bulldoze it and just clear out a path. And we'll build it right back up. As soon as they bulldoze it, we go right back, build it right back up.
Oh, wow.
This was in the 90s. To this day, the kids go there every spring and build those jumps right back up and ride there. To this day. And we're the ones that first started doing it.
Wow.
And, like, the culture is so big, but it's not supported. But now you get commercial companies that want to invest in skateboarding, but what it does, it kills it, because now it's like a corporate thing, and where kids now are skateboarding because it's a fad, and they all want to be pro and be on TV and stuff, and that's not what it's about. It's about having fun, period. Like, all that stuff. When we was a kid, we didn't want to get sponsored by companies and stuff. We were like, nah, I skate for me. Like, we tell, like, you sponsor, like, little kids, like, yo, you guys sponsor? Like, nah, I skate for me. You know what I mean? The kids is about fun. It's not by who you ride for and all this stuff. Like, it's cool to get sponsored and stuff. You don't have to buy product and stuff, because shit's expensive. It can be expensive sometimes. But the kids, like, you know what I mean? It's all about having fun. But skateboarding is starting to get back to that old 80s, early 90s skateboarding when it was about fun. Like, the kids are starting to get it now. But like 2000s, like 2010, it was in a horrible state. Like, it was in a horrible state. Like, kids weren't really serious. It was a fad. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, I'm 40-something years old. I'll get out there quick. I got my skate at the breezeway. Somebody said, let's go. I'm out the door. I don't care what time it is. Like, I'm out the door. We go to York, New Jersey, Boston, wherever. Like, I'm down. Like, let's go. Let's roll. And, like, you can skate with kids all ages. Like, we got some kid 14 years old. We grown as hell, and we having fun. He chilling with us. We chilling with him. Like other. Like I'm just as young as him.
Right.
Yeah, it's like it's not a crazy.
It sounds like fun, and
Yeah.
that's kind of neat. That's something I think that's very unique to get into where the kids are concerned.
Very good thing for kids to get into, because you don't need like you gotta buy a skateboard, but it's not.
Right.
What I was gonna say about it? It's not something that's competitive, so there's no losing or winning or anything like that. It's almost like having a yo-yo.
Right. My sister and I, we had one. I had a green one. It was kind of see-through. It's what do you call that? I don't remember what that material was called, but I tell you, because my father was in the Air Force, we were riding our freaking skateboards all around that base. Okay.
Yeah, it's fun.
It was fun. We had fun. That was, man, I wish my sister was on here. She'd tell you, boy, I tell you, we were all over the place. Of course, it was on an air base, so I think it was a little bit more safe for the kids to do that all over the place. We were, like I said, all over the base. Now, mind you, my kid not being on an air base in a regular neighborhood, I'm like, if the kids want to go hang out and do whatever, and they were like, no, there's sex offenders around here. Okay.
And we used to like hang out at weird places, and there'd be like some old dude, like some old homeless dude. We'll be sitting there chilling with him for hours.
Wow.
The skateboard and stuff, telling us old stories and stuff. We had a dude that said he was a hobo. He was telling us how he used to hop on trains and all this crazy stuff.
Oh my gosh.
One dude that was a biker back in the day, like a motorcycle gang biker. He was telling us about the motorcycle gangs back in the 70s and all this stuff, like the Huns and the Nomads, Hells Angels, and all this stuff. And we'd be sitting there chilling. And you know what I'm saying? Then we got a little older, we started smoking weed and stuff like that. Smoking and stuff we smoking with is like old people and stuff. Like, hey, what's up? We give it to the old man.
Oh my goodness.
We would be like this weird places. Like there's skateboarders being like the oddest place that you wouldn't expect. Like an old corporate building. Like on a Sunday afternoon, nobody's working. In the courtyard of the corporate building filled up with skateboarders.
Wow.
See the benches and stuff all like marred up and messed up. The handrails all scarred up and stuff. And they'll never even know what did that. They wouldn't even pay any attention to it. But kids now, they'll go skate there in the middle of the day when it's open and screw everything up. And then say they get guards and all that stuff. We get security guards just let dogs after us in New York City. Like, it used to be crazy. We go to New York City, we go into like some office building, or something. They got guards out there, like 24-hour guards with Doberman pictures and Rottweilers. They'll let the dogs out. With dogs are stocked in the property. The dog wouldn't go no farther than the property. But they used to let the dogs out. It was crazy. It's a crazy lifestyle. It's fun, but it's like it's a crazy lifestyle. Here's that kid. An extra kid. This is a company. He did a video, like a sponsored video for a headphone company that I was working for.
I can't find where the tab where you were. My phone went incognito. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay. I'm trying to find where you are because my phone is doing something. There it is. Okay.
Rob, a handsome stock video actor who's
That was from what, 2012? That was just, I was in IUIC in 2012. That's when I had just joined IUIC. No. I was in Florida Nights. I had just left IUIC, I think 2012. Yeah, this is old. But kids now today, like BMX is like a whole nother level from then. But I was trying to, she dropped off. What up, Sam Miguel? I see you up in here. Oh, snap. Their phone probably died. But damn, I'm on 5 hours? Shit. Damn, I didn't even want to make this motherfucker like this. God, damn. Shit. 5 hours.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so like, yeah, that kid, like, he's hurt now. He's a grown man, like his body don't work and stuff. But I tease him and stuff now, like, because a lot of the things I was showing him to do, he wasn't listening to because he's trying to stay with that day's trends. But I'm like, no, this is what you need to do. Like, right? So now I heckle him now. He doesn't ride anymore. So I'm like, look, you see this video? Remember how I was telling you to do this back then? You big dummy, you would have been pro. If you would have listened to me, he gets mad and stuff. He's like, yeah, I know, whatever. But yeah, those kids, they all like respect me and stuff.
That's
like that.
awesome.
I do get on their nerves. I be telling them that I show them that I'm right. They be mad as hell. Like, see, if you listen to me, you've been doing this 10 years before people doing it. If you listen to me, because I seen the industry and how it went in a circle. So like me and my friends, my other friends I used to skate BMX with and stuff that age. Like talk to your kids and like, yo, try it like this. Should do this trick like that. And they're like, nah, they think we just some old people. We don't know what we're talking about. I'm like, yo, this whole thing goes in a circle. Like, like the kids, the skateboard tricks kids are doing now is stuff that we was doing in the early 90s. But they just got it on a little bigger level than what we was doing. But like, if I still had my knees and my legs the way I was when I was a little kid, shit, I'll be pro now. I was like, yo, what tricks you do? I'll do that in the 90s. Like, you ain't showing me nothing. But yeah, like I got plans of doing more stuff, but I just gotta have I gotta want to do it. Like all those events I did, I put everything I had into it. Like if I can't put in 100%, I won't do it. Like the with the events, like I did the guy with the nonprofit organization. I donated a bunch of stuff to him for his event. Some kid got killed, some like little kid like 7 years old or something like that. Got killed 11 o'clock at night walking with his cousins from a party.
Oh, dang, that's sad.
And the nonprofit was started from that incident. And like, I donated a bunch of stuff. Like he had news coverage and everything. And I look at the newspaper in the news, they're thanking everybody except me. And I'm like, these people didn't even do anything. Like they had a little basketball thing, little kids bouncing around their basketball, and somebody ordered pizza. That was it. And here, I'm giving out headphones. This was when the Beat by Dre's first came out. The brand I had, the headphones is actually better than the Beat by Dre's. They're like half the price.
Oh,
so
wow.
I'm giving these kids like $100, $200 headphones. I gave them like maybe like 4 boxes of headphones, shirts, hats, and stuff like for the kids. And I was working in New York doing some consulting thing with a shop, and I got there late, and they had an ex-cop that was part of the thing, and they looking at me like what the fuck is you doing here? Like who is you? I'm like, right. So like I see the news thing came out, and they said all the companies and stuff that helped do the event, my name wasn't even on it. Right?
Oh, dang.
Yeah. So, and I did an event with them. said, no, you got to do the event. You got to do the event and stuff, right? So I did it when I said, yo, I don't really, like, I do it when I feel like doing it. I don't just like just doing it because somebody else wants me to do it, right? But I did it anyway. And sure enough, the event, it brought the hood there. Like, right? It's cool. I wanted them to see what this is about, but kids getting their boards stolen, right? And then, like, we got it, and then now they want to buy the kid a new board, right? And instead of buying the board and giving it to the kid, they want to buy the kid a board and then take it back from them because they want to take it somewhere to put their logo on the board. I'm like, what? I said, it's because of the people you brought. Reason why, and it was the same kid that I told you that was the model. That's the model now. Same kid. Mm-hmm. And then the kids found the board. So I was like, yo, go hide it. Don't let them know you found it. Let the motherfuckers buy you a new board. So they bought the board, and then they made a big thing on the Facebook with it and said how much it costs and all that stuff. I'm like, if you really care about the kids, you would have just brought them a board and just left it at that. You let the people, like, know how much it costs and all of this stuff. And it's like a big show. Like, it wasn't real. Like, he's got his t-shirt. He had one t-shirt, and he's giving people the shirt like he's giving it to them to take a picture, and then he takes the shirt back from the person. Take on the shirt. So when he goes to Facebook, it looks like he got all these supporters. But really, he just tricked these people to put on his shirt so he could take a picture.
Oh my goodness.
And like, I cussed him out. Like, I aired him out. Like, he was a good friend of mine. Like, when I used to DJ, like, he worked in the music industry. He was the head of, like, what do you call it? Not an A&R. I forgot what he called. I forgot his title. But he worked for Def Jam and stuff. He got me some big gigs. I did t-shirts for Def Jam and hoodies for, like, when MTV used to do the Daytona Beach things back in the 90s and stuff. I did the t-shirts that had Wyclef from what was it? Was that Fuji's Wyclef was it? Yeah. Wyclef John and stuff was wearing the t-shirts I printed on stage.
Cool.
Hooked me up with a guy, marketing agency that brokered the biggest marketing campaign with Mountain Dew and Lil Wayne. And that was something that I had no desire to be part of because it's corporate. And I'm selling out, basically, because I'm bringing corporate companies into skateboarding when they had no interest in this before. And we've been around this all the time. And now they see a way to make money, they want to be part of it. And Lil Wayne had to do with skateboarding. But now I see Lil Wayne, like, he's like, I guess you could consider him a real skateboarder, I guess now. But at the time, like, they think that people are going to flock to him because he's Lil Wayne. When in skateboarding, nobody care about Lil Wayne. It's like, okay, like, we care about skateboarding. Like, yeah, we listen to Lil Wayne music, but we're not interested in Lil Wayne skateboarding. And I told the dude, I'm like, yo, this ain't gonna work. I said, skateboarding is about fun and, like, being underground and different and unique. You're building this whole thing, like, the clothing company, the truck fit clothing company, that, like, that's not part of skateboarding. Like, why are you trying to bring that into our community? So I told him about all the events I was doing. I didn't know anything about non-disclosure agreements or anything, right? And I gave him this huge PDF of all the stuff that I do, like how I do it and everything. Big mistake. Huge mistake. And he's supposed to be doing this event with me. He's supposed to be getting me Mountain Dew and all this stuff, like, for the event. And he was waiting on the check, my boy was telling me, like, right? And so time for the event, I got nothing from him, but I promoted his campaign for him.
Oh, dog.
And this music executive, like, he was he's a big time music executive. And he has this marketing company on the side called Blue Agency. And the deal that he brokered was a multi-million-dollar ad campaign that he did with Mountain Dew and Lil Wayne. It was the biggest in Mountain Dew history. It was in Forbes magazine. and they wanted me to take care of all the marketing for it in the Northeast. So I'm showing them all my accounts, like how many accounts that I have, shops and like other types of places and stuff that I have like in the region. Because I think my region was the whole Northeast, basically from Connecticut all the way up to Maine. And the thing, like, I gave them too much information. And then when I noticed what I did, because I was researching like how all this stuff works. So when I figured it out, I'm like, oh shit, I screwed up. So now I got my non-disclosure. I want him to sign a non-disclosure agreement. If this man was in front of me, this man would have seemed like he was 20 feet tall the way he talked to me.
Wow.
He was saying, you already gave me everything. I don't need you.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, like it was like that. I was like, damn, but I know I got the upper hand because like the whole community and industry got my back over yours. I could have sent an email and nobody gonna mess with you. Like I'm calling jobs, asking them what they think about it. Some of them was hyped on it, and some was like, I was like, yeah, I know, man, I know. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I'm putting myself in a position for even being involved with that. So I dropped out of it. I sent him a nasty email. My buddy, and I CC'd my buddy on the email. He was like, yo, please tell me you didn't send him that email. I said, hell yeah, I sent that email. He said, why did you do that? I was like, I don't care. I said, this is my show. This is me. I said, he's a guest. Like, you think he got all that money that's going to make an impact on this industry? No, it's not. And know what they did? They supposed to be building a skate park for the underprivileged kids in New Orleans and in Miami, Florida. And guess what happened?
What happened?
A puny little $25,000 skate park, right? They had the cameras there. They had the pros there. They had Lil Wayne there. They had all the news people and everything. They did the ribbon cutting. The next day, park never opened again.
What?
Hey. Now, I learned a lesson. What these marketing companies do. He got that millions of dollars. The goal is not to spend the money. So they wanted me to find people to co-brand with it. My manufacturer that I was working for at the time. They wanted them to make a whole bunch of skateboard decks with their logo on it. And in return, they'll let us put our logo on it. Right? So like, it was just like, we ain't doing that shit. I was like, yo, I feel you, dog. I feel you. Like, we don't care about that. Like, know what I'm saying? It's not a benefit to us. So they wanted us to pay for all the stuff and give it to them. In return, they give us exposure. But we don't need that. Exposure don't benefit us. Know what I'm saying? So basically, they use people to get things done for free. You know what I'm saying? To get the things done for free so they don't have to spend money, so they can keep all the money. So they paid $25 grand for the skate park. They did the ribbon cutting, but all the news was there to the world. They built this skate park for these kids, for these poor little black kids. But when the park never opened again, guess who's covering the story? Local news. It's not national news anymore. It's local news. So the whole world still thinks that Mountain Dew and Lil Wayne did all this stuff for the kids. In actuality, they didn't do anything. They built that park knowing, and they said Lil Wayne didn't want to cover the insurance on it, and it wasn't being supervised, and it never opened the next day. It opened the ribbon cutting day, and that was it.
Wow.
And so that's how they work. And the things I gave him, I see the stuff play out on the internet right now. The Dew Tour, they got the whole the street course and stuff. Now they're doing it where they having the tricks, the contests like on the street, the way I was doing it. So they took all that stuff I was doing, all the stuff I told them, and made it their own. So now my ideas on the internet in front of me, where these people making millions. And I got another friend in Atlanta. Red Bull did the same thing to him. They picked his brain, took the information. He ignorant. He just running his mouth. They picked his brain, took all the information, did what they had to do, and had the nerve to invite him to an after party. And that's how the companies come in our community and just exploit us.
Right.
Yeah, so my whole contest thing was like my whole event things was about it was I'm not gonna say the name of it, I'll tell you off the camera. But about taking skateboarding back from corporate companies and showing kids like this is why we do this. We do this for fun. We don't do this to be on TV one day. We don't do this to become pro, or we don't do this to make money. We do this because we love what we do.
Right. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, like it was a huge thing. Like I had photographers. I had this dude, he's from France. He was come, he'd take pictures and stuff. He took horrible skate pictures. Like his skate pictures was horrible. But like he didn't know how to really photograph skateboarding. Like it was really bad, but he was a really good, he's a professional photographer. He just didn't know how to film skateboarding. Yeah, I got a lot of props for all that stuff.
Wow. As you should. I think that's neat to be able to facilitate such a a grand event for the kids. I think that's awesome.
Yeah. And anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. Like you could get all you gotta do is call up a company, talk to PR or whatever. Like, hey, I'm doing this event. I would like you guys to sponsor it. Here's the flyer and stuff. We already put your logo on it and everything. And they'll send you the product.
Wow. Oh my God.
It's just as simple as that. Especially something that interests them. Like, you know what I mean? These and stuff, they got a whole bunch of stuff laying around. They give out promotional stuff all the time. So, like, you know what I mean? It's nothing for them sending you, even if it's a pack of damn stickers. What a company sent me. Just send me something. Support me. All they sent me was some stickers. I got some companies that sent me keychains. Got another company sent me about 5 hats. Got another company send me a whole box of stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like $1,000 worth of stuff. Like, you know what I mean? And like, it's sad that the community can't do that. I would do these events and housing projects because, like, the first event was at a skate park. I did 2 at the skate park. The rest were all on the streets. And I did 2 at my boy's business. I did them. He builds skate parks, like skate parks all around the country. He builds parks and stuff. He had his warehouse and stuff, and all the kids used to hang out there and skate in the parking lot. So I did it there. That's when I had all the live entertainment and stuff. But anybody could do this. I did one at a housing project, and I went out there the day before to sweep up because there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff all over the ground and stuff. And some dude, he said, what y'all doing? Like, because it looked like I'm cleaning up the neighborhood or something. So he thanking me for cleaning up the neighborhood, right? So I'm like, yo, I'm doing a skate event here. He's like, yo, they know you doing that? I'm like, nope. He said, all right. Like, yo, he said, I run shit around here. Like, he was just some OG dude from the projects. And he said, yeah, I'm going to be out here supporting you, brother. Like, he was happy that I was doing that. So I'm saying, yo, I want to show these kids, like, there's something else out here. Like, you know what I mean? For them to have an interest in. So I had, like, 2 little kids that live in the housing projects. That's why I did it. Like, right? And one, the mother and stuff, was worried about him getting into trouble and all that stuff. I'm like, yo, I got his back. I keep him in this thing, like, right? Little kid, he was cool, little Hispanic kid. He was from, like, Peru or something. And the next day I show up, a man was there, and he had a cop pulls in. I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. I'm like, they about to just destroy this whole thing. So the cop didn't do nothing. But the cop pulled in because the kids was putting stickers on the backboard of the basketball rim. And the cop paid for the net. You know the net that be on the basketball rim?
Right.
Like, the cop spent his own money and put the nets on the rim for the kids. So it looked like the kids was tearing down the net off the rim. So he pulled in real quick and he noticed what we was doing. And he sat there the whole event and just watched. Never got out of his car, never said nothing. And the old dude told he said, yeah, he thought y'all was messing with his nets and stuff. And he let us do it. He didn't get out the car once. And he made us here. And when after we gave out the last of the stuff and we packed it up, and he pulls out of the parking lot. So it was like we had security. And like the people come out mistaking me. And I'm like, damn, why can't the city and stuff do stuff like this? I did this with no money. I did it with no money.
Aren't you resourceful?
Yeah. And like you lie to people and say, oh, we need funding to do this. No, you don't. You don't need funding to do half of this stuff. Like it is like they lie to people to say, oh, we need money for this, we need money for that. And they don't need money for anything. All they need to get people involved. That's all they can do is get people involved.
Right.
It got some kind of little odd end. I wanted to do my first one. That's how it started. I had a group of friends, right, that wanted to start a nonprofit and all the stuff. And I came up with the idea of the skateboarding. And they said, yeah. And I spent half my life with people that say, yeah. But when it's time to do it, it's like, no. I was like, I fell out with them. I'm like, you guys really not trying to do anything. I'm doing 300% and y'all not even putting in 5%. So whatever, your corny event, that shit ain't gonna never happen anyway. That would drove me to do it. And then they even showed up at it. And they didn't even stay 5 minutes. They ate them up. They ate them alive. To see all those kids there. And me throwing out the product to them. And this girl I know, she gave me like $50. And I got the money split up in tens. I'm like, yo, whoever can kickflip over this garbage can get $10. Out tricks and stuff. Whoever do it, like, know what I mean? Get the money. Handing out money to the kids. And they're like, yo, I got $10. Know what I mean? $10 to little kids and stuff. They get their little juices and candy and stuff from the store. Like, they straight. And they sweating their boys anyway. Like, they go in the store, they're like, yo, what you want, y'all? Yo, he gave me $10.
Oh, my God.
I did that kickflip, yo, he gave me $10. And, yeah, they were jealous. They were so jealous of it. And I told them, I'm like, yo, I'm going to make it happen. They couldn't believe it. And they ain't do nothing since. Like, half of them is dead now. Anyway. Half of them dead.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
Yeah, and it was like, it's crazy. They had all this thing, what they're going to do. They're going to do this, do that. But when it's time to do it, people don't want to do it. And it's all talk. That was the same thing when I was in Tour Nights, the last cult that I was in. I was doing websites for it, so we don't have to worry about our channel, YouTube channels getting taken down, flagged and taken down and stuff. Do a website, and nobody can take it down.
Right.
And you should have saw the websites that I did for that group. It ain't nobody like, well, there was people like Negi pushed it, like Josh was participating in it, and I had like 2 other people like. But the leader of the group never even went on it once. And I can see the IP addresses who visit the site, like from the back end of the website. I can see how much traffic is going to the site and checking things out and stuff. He never went to it once. Just jealous and don't like, some people just don't want things to happen. They want to talk about it and not actually do it.
Right.
I'm like, yo, this is what we need. This is what we're gonna do. It doesn't cost money. A lot of stuff don't cost money. It's like these events, like, you know what I mean? You ask people when they do it. Like the little sound man, like my first little, I had to get my little PA system. I had to donate me this PA system. None of this stuff costs me money. And I just put them on the flyer. I'm like, yo, I'll put your business on the flyer. All they have to see the business on the flyer. I was gonna go in the hood. And I said, yo, we're going to go all the way down the street. Every convenience store, we're going to go in there and ask for a donation for this event. This is for it. Like, it never happened. Like, it never did. But that was my idea. is to tell them that, yo, I'm gonna make a newsletter. So and have a list of all the neighborhood stores and what they donate. So you cannot donate if you want, but everybody can see that you didn't support the community. That people come in your store every day to spend money. I don't care if you give me $10. You know what I mean? And it just never happened. But it was a brilliant idea to do. And that's all a lot of people got to do. Go to these businesses. Like, hey, I'm having this event. I need you to donate $50, $100, whatever. They got it. And if you don't, we're going to talk about you. You know what I'm saying? It's that simple. Like, you want that bad publicity? So run that money. Yep.
Wow. Well, I am tired. I'm ready to go back to sleep. I've been in and out ever since I got back home. I feel
Damn, the sun wide open and stuff out here. Light coming through my windows. Damn. Yep. Well, I'll let you go. I know it's been good talking to you. Oh, you gonna pass that off you already? All right, Brainstorm. I thanks everybody else that tuned in tonight. You got Sam Miguel up in here. Alexis up in here. That was a new name. Something top 5.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Now.
I was like, what happened? Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I wouldn't have bounced on you like that. But yeah, it was nice talking to you. Maybe you should think about doing something like that again. I think that would be really awesome, especially in our current climate. You know, we need some kind of, something to get the kids and stuff together to get them out of the house and do something. Of course, COVID safe, but I think that would be kind of cool.
Yeah, these kids is all like, you know what I mean? In situations and stuff, they can easily get into gangs and all types of that stuff. And this thing kept them out of it. They in the vicinity of all the gangs, the crime, the drugs, all of that, and they stick to skateboarders. You know
I think that's kind of cool. I think that's neat.
Oh.
You never know. Think about maybe trying to do something like that again,
Yeah, I definitely want to do it again. I just sent you that picture.
Oh, okay. I'll check it. I'll check because I think if I venture off of this page, let me see if I'll still be able to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh wow, look at that. I think that is so cool. And they look like it seems like everyone was having a good time too.
Yeah, really good time. Really good time. And you see there's all types of people there. There's old, young,
yes,
white, Hispanic, Asian, everybody there.
I think that is so cool.
Yep, that's me in the middle with the gray shirt.
With the which one?
See, with my hands up in the air.
In the gray shirt. Oh yeah, with your foot out, sitting down.
Because my knee was, I had an operation on my knee, so I had to keep the knee straight.
Oh my goodness, that's neat. And that's a target. That's an awesome age.
Yep, awesome age. Yeah. So yeah, I'll let you go. I'll close up here. I'm gonna see you.
All righty.
All right. Take care.
All right, then you too, and I look forward to your next live.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Talk to you later. Good night.
All right. Bye now.
Bye.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna head up out of here. So brainstorm this video. This was when I was in IUIC. Yeah, if you're still listening, I just sent you a video of that event that I did. But yeah, I hope you guys learned something from tonight. I know there ain't nobody listening to this shit. Motherfuckers is not clicking on this topic. I know that. I probably done lost 20 subscribers and shit tonight from this. But I don't care though. This is awesome. Oh shit. Is this Alon back? Nah, that ain't Alon. That's somebody else's shit. Alon the Rubinite. If you're around, man, hit me up, man. Yeah, so whoever I missed this stuff, I'm tired. I don't feel like saying all the goddamn names and shit. I know Neggy Sprayfield, Josh, Mabote, whatever his name is. Thank him for coming on. Alexis, Nicole, or Nikki, I think the name was, where it was Nicole and Nikki. And whoever else too. Like, thanks for stopping by. Hope you catch me out on the next one. So, yep, with that, I'm getting on out of here. It's 5.5 hours. It don't make no sense that we stream 5.5 hours, but it is. So, with that, I'm out of here, y'all. Peace.